Just give me a moment. I'm just removing this one track from my playlist. There we go. Because that shouldn't be on our playlist anymore because it's not for this game. Oh, I don't need to be showing off all that detail. I just had to redo my ultra again. But yes, hello. We're live. We are doing more coding today. We're going to be working on our dungeon cleanup. I keep looking over there because that's where my viewing screen is. It's going to be annoying because my camera's there and my chat is all the way over here. Hopefully, though, because I've got a little chat just... Well, let's say there's a little chat somewhere here, but my main chat is like here. So hopefully the little chat will highlight everything this time because last time it was having problems with multi-stream. But yeah, today we're going to be working on this. Our sole directive, well, our primary directive today is to get the level generation ready for the 1.3 release. Good to get the brain caffeinated so we can start thinking on this. So our main objective 1, we're going to be adding the seed generation today. Objective 2, make it so that the leveling script accepts the seed generation. Objective number 3, add leveling feature. But before we crack on, we are a little bit early. It's 5:02, we're 5 minutes early. The first things we're going to do is we're just going to go over some of the things that we did for the 1.2 update, the NPC update. So it should show in the chat box on your stream window. Yeah, I know, but I'm worried it's going to do that thing again where the multi-stream one all of a sudden stops working. And then sometimes the main chat doesn't keep up. It's weird. You know how it is, Cal. You saw it last time we did this. So last time, when we was on offline, we were not in characters. We updated this lot. So our wizardy friend here. Excuse me, mouse. Better than me. Controllers are bloody in the way. Alright, so why are you not going over? There we go. So as I see, our wizard, he's got his random movement again. This here dictates that. Whilst the fairy is safe, I should probably put that as no. Fairy is safe. The NPC randomly moves in X and Y, somewhere within the fairy's location. So say fairy's X, fairy's Y, plus on a random direction, a random amount between -480 and plus 480. So you've got about 500 either side of it. Just watch the stream window. It's a little behind, but it should work. Anyway, how are you? Tired. Very, very tired is the answer to that. Let's say new experience, as we say. Where are they? Oh, that's my old one. No, that's the field ones. Here we go, these things. Officially, my uniform does have this on it now. I've had to buy a load of them. The only thing I'm missing now is me badges for me shoulders. It's different. It's very different. I am so used to going out and being told, oh, we need to get this built, and then I'm being the one who goes off, grabs things, moves them to where they need to be, start putting cables in, running up scripts, running up the software. Not anymore. I think it was my second day here. I was called into the office by my foreman. He gave me an A4 printout that just had my standing orders, what he needed me to do. I read through it. It's just like, oh, I need you to install these apps. We need you to get this system up and running. We need everything updating up to these versions, and you've got a month to do it. And I was like, I don't remember how to do this. So I went back to the garages and I just went to the lads and went, right, lads, this is what I've been told to do. And he literally looked at it and went, okay. I guess I don't need to do that anymore. That's their job now. So it's a lot different being on the management side. The only other things I've got for this unit is PT is a lot harder. I struggled on PT. We did a strength we did a sports day like at the start. My second PT session was strength. I was all right with that because generally I'm pretty bulky, I'm heavy, so strength don't bother me. And then yesterday we did 6 lengths of 800-meter runs. I can dead last every time. I cannot keep up with that. I am very slow to the point where the PTIs were saying if I really want to, I could drop off the main PT and I can go do the downgraded PT until I can build up to get to this area's standard rather than my old unit standard. outside that, it's pretty good. You know, management is different. It's a lot different to the lumping, dumping, running around doing everything yourself. So what was this? Oh, right. Best note that as well. Move to the point. And stop when at point. It's been all right. I can't say it's fun because I'm so used to doing all the building side of things. It's different. It's going to take a little bit of you getting used to. I mean, at least twice this week, I've gone and spoken to one of my other corporals and said to them, like, "Oh, you realise it's like 12:10, you know, hinting at, you know, we should be going for lunch." And they've turned to me and said, "Parky, you're a corporal now. Just go for lunch." Okay. I've had the signalers also follow me out when I've gone out for lunch as well, because they've just seen it as, oh, he's going for lunch, so it must be okay for us all to go for lunch. So management, it's different. It's weird. Follow fairy when swapping room. Fairy. I should really be writing all these notes on all of them, but this is a bit different. Right, so essentially, I forgot to, everyone's going to be pinging me messages now, aren't they? That was a work-related ping. That's what I replied to. My dad responded to it. Then you turn around and you should get back to work as you leave. No. I've already told all my signals under me that I basically live on a policy of I don't care how they get the job done. If they've got a better method to do the job and they want to go that route, if they want to take breaks, they want to go for lunch, they want to go for smokes, they can do whatever they want to do. They can go off and do admin. They go back to the rooms and play the Xboxes all day if they want. So long as the tasks that I've assigned them are done by the time I've told them to have them done by, free game. I don't care. So, yeah, that's basically what they've been living on. You know, they've been taking breaks whenever they want, but every task I've given them has been done by the time I've asked them to have it done by. So, no complaints from me. Just want to be that relaxed kind of leader. So what's this? Protect the fairy. Move the player. And player. Right, so now we're done talking about the new unit and what's going on. Back to these. Right, so say the wizards, as we've now typed up, they say they move around. They move to the fairy when she's moving rooms, and they will actively protect the fairy. They will cast their fireball, I think it's called. No, it's just called O Magic. So they'll cast their magic spell towards the player, which will do damage. I believe the magic does health damage, but bypasses armor. The archer, as we saw, was the first one we ever programmed. It's pretty much the same coding. They stay a little bit further back. If I remember right, yep. See, they've got 8 blocks of distance between us, whereas the wizard, I believe, is 6. And the wizard and the archer starts shooting at 10 blocks, and the wizard shoots at 8 blocks. Hi, Forest Puppy. Thank you for joining us. Just covering some stuff I did on the offline at the moment before we start the main coding. Yep. So as soon as she gets within that 10 blocks, she'll start shooting her arrows. And the other updated ones, which we did offline, was the cleric, which is actually not a lot on this one currently. It's just, basics, follow the fairy, stay near the fairy, and when the fairy's threatened, they're programmed to actually move to the fairy and not the actual player. Clerics usually don't want to get involved in combat. The spell stuff will come in later for them, so we haven't added it yet. Next ones up we have is our paladin. So me and Carl had a bit of a debate over this one, and I think this is like a middle ground on it. So once again, same again, move around, follow the fairy. Right, on this one, it's a slow approach to the player. As we can see, look, they're targeting the player, move towards the player. But they move towards the player at only a speed of 2, I think that's the one, move towards the player. At speed 2, so that's about the speed the player moves at level 1. They move towards the player until they basically touch the player, at which point they activate their attack pattern. Their attack pattern, it does massive amounts of damage, 30 to your armor, or it'll do 60 to your health. So, avoid. Upon them hitting the player and them doing their damage, they're set to actually, as you see from this bit here, this is a bit harder to see, they have to move towards the player, but they're to move towards the player at a speed of -1. So, in other words, start going backwards at half your speed. Once they've backed up for about half a second, then they'll start coming towards the player again. So, that's a mark and avoid. You don't want to go near the paladin until much later in the game. And we finally got this rogue to do what we want it to do. We'll probably see it later. So this one, once again, this one moves towards the player. They move at a speed of 5, so it's a bit quicker than the player. The player moves at about speed 2, speed 3. I think it's 2.5, actually. As soon as they get within 3 blocks, that's when they stop moving, so you've got a bit of buffer room. However, they have a little bit of additional programming. Once they make it to within 4.5 blocks of the player, and they're within 15 blocks of the fairy, so that they don't start shooting off through the entire bloody dungeon and stab the player to death, because that is essentially what the rogue was doing, was following the player and stabbing them to death. They then activate their teleport spell, which literally puts them next to the player. It doesn't matter where the player is, it will put them next to the player, either behind or in front, well, left or the right side of the player, based on which side your model's facing. And as soon as they do it, they'll do a small dink to your armor, or of 5 or 10 to your health, depending on how much health you've got. I think that seems fair, as though you physically cannot avoid the rogue. The rogue is the only character that cannot be avoided. If you enter his friggin' attack zone and he gets within that 4.5 blocks of you, he's stabbing you. And that is essentially what we did in the 1.2 update. Now we're going to be working on this 1.5 update. Right, there's going to be a lot of changes on this. First thing we're going to be changing is how the buttons work. So, so it's to set the dungeon track and it's to go to the dungeon right. So we don't want the new button to do this anymore. So I'm going to slash star that out, and I'm going to after that, sorry, slash that one, so it just gets rid of that bit for now. In case something goes wrong, then we can always come back to that being live code. Right, what we want this to do is once we click this button, click the new game button, we don't want it to take us into the game and play the new music. We want this to delete all the other buttons, the quit, the credits, the back button, all that, blah, blah, blah. So we want to get rid of O buttons. That's all this is called. It's all parented off a single set of buttons. It creates the O buttons. Deletes all the buttons, and then I need it to create some new buttons. Essentially, we're going to be putting in random code and player generated, as well as a back button. Down the line, we may add a load and save feature. That might be coming in the 1.5, 1.6 update. I'm starting to map out what things will be when. So let's see. Right, there's the button controller when it's pressed. Right. So we will need to destroy the button controller. Why is it not just set to destroy the button controller here? Because that could generate multiple button controllers. Create. New options, credit, and quit. Oh, unless, of course, my things like my options button. Yes, the options button was destroying the controller. That makes sense. Okay, so I'm just going to enlarge this now. So what we want, first things first. destroy the button, destroy the controllers. We don't need those on the field anymore because they've done their job. What we then need it to do is we need to generate new buttons. Essentially, the one we want it to generate... That's in the settings thing. Is we want it to... First up, we want it to generate the back button. Oh, no, not that. In the buttons step. You have to let us know how the music sounds, if it's too loud, too quiet for you guys, and I'll adjust as I need be. So it's just going to randomly play music from my usual streaming music, as well as the 2 songs that Gabby's made for us for this game. And if it's annoying, let us know. I'll probably turn it off as well. So we have our back button. And we need 2 other buttons to generate. So I'm just going to copy that code. It's the same line of code. But these ones we're going to call seed. Oh, all in caps, please. Got to keep the name of convention the same. And generate one called... It doesn't really matter. We'll call it rand. Oh. Right then, and these buttons need to be generated near the top of the screen. So I'm going to have this one generated about 150, and I think that lines it up. And this one's 350? Could be wrong, could be 100, 300. Let's just have a quick look. We'll see the game's not going to work now because we've deleted... Oop. That got loud. Yeah, wasn't expecting that. So we click new. Yep, see it moved down slightly. Back button's in the right place. Yeah, I think it's 100, 300. I'm going to mute those. Those were bloody loud. Right, I'm going to adjust them whilst I remember. I think it's 100, 300. We are going to go into setup. Oh, setup file. We are going to change the... Oh yeah, that's the other thing we added. We added music. Yeah, it was... Yeah, that came in at 1.2 as well, yeah. So where is... music volume. 0. That should remove the game music temporarily. There we go. Quiet. I mean, obviously we can turn it back up. I mean, there is a controller there for it. It mutes the game at least. There we go. Seed and random. Right, we're actually going to have to rename that. I'm going to call it random. So it does that. Right, next up we need the seed generation code. Okay, this is where it's going to start getting a bit more complicated. Because we have to have it so that the player can type in their code, whatever they want. I'm thinking 12 digits. Because my common one is Raven's Mod, which is... Oh, wait, no. Raven's Mod has 8. What did I base it off? Oh, I based it off the word random seed. So random space seed, which is 11, and you want it to be an even number, so 12. But I don't think we really need a 12. We might just go with a 10-digit code now, since though we're not going to be using random seed to generate stuff. So what we need is a way for the player to be able to input their code and state, hey, this is what's going to be happening. And if they don't use the seed button, then they get to use the random generation seed, which won't be as bad. So for that, we need a setup file. And we need to assign these global dot. Oh, not in caps. Global dot S. So seed, I'm going to call it seed 1. Actually, I'm just going to call it S for now. Actually, I should put equals in as well. Equals 0. So it gets rid of the thing. So seed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10. We'll soon find out. So seeds 0. Oh, it's going to line me over every time, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, that's 10. 0 to 9. Oh, Jesus. The gas is coming back up there. Right, these are going to be our points on our seed. Whenever we look at the seeds, this is where they'll generate. First things first, we are going to be generating the randomized code because that's easier. So for this, I'm actually going to run it as a script because it's easier to do it as a script. We'll call it rand seed. And we don't need these bits. We do need the F on there still because it's a function. Right, so this one will be nice and simple because it will just be nothing's inputted into it. It's just going to be the player. Well, you click this button and it's going to just randomly give you a seed. Now, thinking of seeds, when we input this, the inputs that they're going to be able to put in is the numbers 1 to 9, the number 0, space, and the letters A to Z. So, 0 to 9, that covers 10 spaces. Well, 0 through 9, I guess. It's not covering 1. It's not covering a 10. So 0 to thingy, 0 to 9. Space would there before be 10. Yeah, so we'll go on that. So 0 can equal 0, 1 to 9 equals their own values. A space will equal the value of 10, and A to Z will then equal 11 through to 36. So it's just simply you take numbers 11 to 36, minus 10 off it, and that tells you what place it is in the alphabet. So everything lines up a bit better. And that is how we're going to generate our seeds. Oh. Because the player's going to see it differently to how the game's going to see it. We're going to need an extra bit of code on there. Because if that's how the game sees it, we need how the player's going to see it. So I'm just going to double all these up. Essentially, if I do that, I can have 2 lines of code there. It just makes things a little easier for me. P0. I'll just keep P actually. No, I've got P0. It'll work. P0. Put another one at the end. Technically, you should always put a semicolon at the end of everything anyway. You know, I'm lazy and I don't. There should be a space in all of them as well. So it makes it easier for people to read. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right, so now you've got the player version and the seeded version. That makes things a little easier. Right, so back to our random seed code. Right, so all this has to do is just go global.s1, so seed 1 is now going to equal a random number between 0 and, was it 36 we said? Yeah. So we should semicolon it. I'm probably not going to do all my semicolons because I'm lazy. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And 0 first. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so that's the seed generation. Now this is where it's going to get annoying because now we've got to now start looking at these numbers and then assigning things based on what they're equal to. So how's going to be the easiest way to do this? Because I don't want to have like massive chunks of code of just saying, oh, if equal to 10, set it to this. Else if equal to 0, because that's going to be massive. Say just for the space and the letters, that's 27 lines of code, which we're going to have to do 10 times. 270 lines of code to work this out. Not worth it. So there has to be a quicker way for us to do this. How can I do this? I could have it do a for statement. And then for every for, then it would be just, if I equals this, then write the 26 lines of code, assign 10 to 27, 10 to 26, 36, should I say. The game we're building, it's a real simple game. It's just a little... I clicked run. I don't even know why I can't show it right now, because it's basically like a little goblin cleanup. You guys can't even see that screen because it's generating over that side. Why are you going over that side? It shouldn't be. Disable. Bring this over here. I'll have to change my screen priorities. Essentially, this is the game. It's very simple. You play as this little goblin, and you're cleaning up the mess that these guys have made. Every floor is like procedurally generated, so you don't know what's coming and when. And we're kind of at the moment trying to work on like the seeding code, so you can share your levels with your friends, or I can pre-decide what the game's going to be just by putting in my own seeds for testing purposes. This is probably the hardest part in this game that we've had to make so far, just because I'm not 100% sure on how I can get it to assign these variables to the player version. I mean, this bit's obviously, this is now set so the player, if they click random, they are going to get a random seed. But it's how are they going to be able to see the seed? That's the question. Without me having to do 270 lines of code. So I think I can drop it down to about 40 lines of code if I use a for variable and have it, cycle over and run the same code over and over again and reassign variables based on what things are. Oh. No, it'd be bigger than that because I'd also have to assign which variable it's going to. Oh, this is actually getting more annoying now. I am going to have to write out massive amounts of code because I don't know how I can have variables set based on input. Oh no, there's no line limit. It's usually when you're writing code, if I write like 27 lines of code, then we can look at just 20 lines of code. We know it's going to run the same thing over and over again. But if I've got to write, 27 lines of code just to set this one, then 27 lines for this one, and so on and so forth, and then down the line I decide, hey, I don't like how that works, I want to change it slightly, I've then got to re-edit every single bloody entry. But I think we're going to end up doing that anyway, just based on what we've got here currently. And then making some small Control-C's, Control-V's. Yeah, we're going to have to for now. Until I can figure out a better way. If global.s0, this is where, say, you're going to see how dirty this is going to look, is less than or equal to 9. So numbers 0 to 9. Then global.p1 becomes equal to global.s0. Oh, why did I put P1? I don't want P1, I want S. Okay, so that's easy to do. So that's the first 10 variables set. Else if global.s0 is equal to 10. Global dot P0, capital P0, becomes equal to, 1 second, and I'll look over. Better than my code, it's Frankenstein or whatever I find on the internet. Well, that's how we all learn. We all started somewhere. I used to copy and paste a lot of codes and just read through what there was going on. Like, oh yeah, I see, understand how that works. Copy this, stick it in. I've just got to the point where I've been doing this so long now that I'm starting to see how I can connect things together better in the top of my head. Kind of. Let's say this is where it's going to get ugly. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, that's too many, I think. I mean, so that's just to set the first variable. So 11, 12, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah, because it's got to go to 36. 22, 23, 24, 25. Jesus Christ. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Then we've got 1 there. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. This might have actually been better off as a switch variable rather than 33, 34. Maybe not actually. I mean, this essentially is a switch. So it's got to be all that code just to set one variable. Encapsulate it. In what way? B, C, D, E, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Oh, for God's sake. I messed up my buttons. Q. S, T, U, V, W, X, Y. Oh. Wait, what? Oh. I've messed up. Damn it. Oh, this is why I didn't want to do it this way. Why did I delete both? Wait. Oh, is this one? Excuse me. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Right, there we go. Now it's going to work. And Z. Oh, Jesus. All that just to set the first variable. Wait, where's the end bracket gone? Should be a curly bracket there. Ugh. I'm not 100% happy with that line of code. But it will work, it will do the job. This should never change, to be honest. I don't think I'm ever going to change it unless I start adding like special characters. So that's number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10. Wait, do I need 10? No, I just need 9. So, get rid of those lines. So, 300 lines of code just so that the player can read bloody the seed. Oh, God. Yep, that's pretty much how I work. As long as it works, I don't care. At least this first bit's eliminated a lot of my code for me. But I'm sure down the line I can get somebody else to show me a better way to do this, or maybe some kind of AI or something can just look at it and go, "Oh, do this instead." Oh, it's just a quick way to do that. Oh, wait. I've typed that in wrong, and I have. So that's going to be wrong on all of them. So, I mean, this is one of the big reasons why I said I didn't really want to do this, and I want to try and use some kind of loop to just replay the same thing and reset variables based on what the loop's outputting. Because this is going to be annoying every time I have to make a slight change. Oh, right, so 1. Set to 1. Thank you. Oh, I'm sure this is going to make a great video, this. Me just typing 1 over and over again, and 2 over and over again. Whew. Things are really going to kill me by the end of this. I wish there was a quick way I could do this. So if I use the find and replace button, there is a quick way I can do this. There is a quick way to do this. Alright, I'm going to take this line of code right here, copy C. Why is there a space at the end of that? Alright, so once again, I'm going to take this line of code here, Control C. I'm going to open up Notepad, paste it in. Alright. Oh, I need to add a tab there. No, I don't. Now, what I'm going to do now is, let's edit, find and replace. Replace. Now, what I want you to replace is, replace S1, S1 with S2. Capital S2. 2. Replace all. And then do the same thing with player. Replace all. Control A, Control C. Boom. S2, done. Much quicker. Genius. Right, so now P2, caps lock on, it's easier, becomes P3. And S2 becomes S3. Control A, Control C. Oh, now I'm just going to work away from all of these. Oh, not 23. S3 becomes S4. Replace all. Same with the P again. Replace all. Control A, Control C. 4 becomes 5. Replace S. S. Replace. Control A, Control C. Five becomes 6. Replace all. Do the P again. Keep going until we get to 9. Control C. Oh, crap. I did not put breaking space in there. One of those to make it easier for us to read. Okay, 6 becomes 7. Replace all. S. No word of a lie, I do the word. Replace all. Cheeky my spellings. Yeah, the only problem I would have is if I tried to do it with all of my code at once, then the upper layers where I need the S1s and S2s to remain, it would delete them, but this seems like a compromise at least. Gives us the ability to slowly add it, rather than me having to manually do it, because I am super lazy. But yeah, I'm yet to find a coder who isn't truly lazy in the end. If we can find a cheap way to get around, I think we're going to do it. Okay, so who wants to sit there for hours? No, I didn't do P. Place all. Sweet. Yeah, who wants to sit there for hours typing this out when we can just use a notepad? Alright, so there we go. That is one function to generate a random seed, which we never have to look at again. Hopefully. Right, so I'm going to copy this again. And if they press the word random... Wait, what? Oh, because if it's pressed. If you can pick which one to change as you just click now. Yeah, it's true. It's true. There's still a lot of clicking on. So, and I want to minimize that as much as I can. Right, so if this is pressed, if random is pressed, I want you to run this line of code right here. You can now move away from the new game button. And can go in here. Nope. Alright, so run that. But before you do it, I want you to run the rand seed code. Oh, got to delete those 2 lines. Right, so that should now allow for us, once we click random, it should load the game. Sweet, the game loads. Oh, once again, you guys can't see it because it's decided it wants to go onto the other screen. I need to change that. Let me minimize display settings and make screen 1 my priority again. As I'm so used to, when I'm doing my gaming, using that monitor for displays. Right, so that should bring the game onto the main screen. I hope. Yes, it does. So click new, click random, it does load the game. Just hasn't assigned the seed yet. We need to deal with that. Right then. Well, first things first, before I have it generate that, I want it to display the seed when we enter the pause menu. For that, I need pause menu, obviously. And you are the controller, I believe. Yeah, you create the buttons, right? Sweet. So, and you draw things. Right then, so I want you to draw. So draw, set, font. I want you to set to, or is it? No, it's not. It's done that way around, isn't it? Font. Oh, so I turn my caps lock back off. Font 1. Draw, set. Did you forget to change your title? Well, what's my title set to? Ah, I have. Updating. Dungeon Cleaner to 1.3. Update. Update on Twitch, update on Facebook, update YouTube. There we go, close. There you go. Thank you for pointing that out, Cal. I did not notice that. What's it called? I want it to go to the left. It's V something. FA, that's the one. Set to the left. Wait. H alignment, not V alignment. Yeah, so I've updated the stream now, so it should be highlighted to be update to 1.3. Obviously, we're not doing a 24-hour stream. Not for a long time. That thing killed me last time. Right, draw text. Why is this all going really, really small? It shouldn't be. Whatever. Right, so draw text. Where do we want this to go? We want this to go down to, well, obviously X plus on. I'm trying to think what's my screen dimensions currently, because it's not set to 1080 by 1920 by 1080 as far as I'm aware. Dungeon. Where's the room? There it is. It's not that I want to look at. It's the viewport. Viewport is 1280 by 1280. There we go. Right, so back to you. Close you. So if it was 1280, I don't want it to quite generate at 1280. I'm going to say 100 pixels up. And I want it to generate at Y. Wait. No. 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 I want to generate 80 pixels across and generate at the bottom. There we go. So generate that, text that, and I want you to put a string of 0, 1. Ugh. Once again, I hate doing stuff like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Delete 3. Delete 4. Delete. Oh, didn't click delete. Delete 6. Delete 7. Delete 8. Delete 9. Where each variable will be global dot P0, P1, 2, P3, whatever. Bring my mouse back in. So 0, 1. God damn it, I didn't get the comma in there, did I? Also, I didn't delete the 0. 1. Did I just tell you to copy C? Yes, I did. There we go. 2, 3, 4, 5. I hate doing lines of code this long. 6, 7, 8, 9. Right, so if I have done that correctly, and I probably haven't because that's got a red squiggle at the end. How do we set this up? Oh no, I've done it right. Oh, I know what I've done. I have forgotten to put a... Oh, I put a bracket at the end. Huh. Value. Well, it's done correct. So why's that got a red squiggly bracket at the end? Oh, because I haven't put a bracket on for the actual draw fucking text thing. Right, yeah, that makes sense. So it's done it again. I think I'm mixing it up. Yeah, because my multi-chat's not bringing you up on it, Carl. But you're coming up on at least, whatever, like I say, Streamlabs is bad for this all most of the time. So if we click new, random, we go to the escape. It did not work. I should have drawn a thing over here. Why did you not draw when I told you to draw? Okay, let's run that in debugger. Let's see why it's not working. So let's take this out of full screen mode. New game, random. So that should be drawing a seed over here. Well, here. Why is it not drawing a seed? Pause. What have I done wrong? See, these have been assigned. Those have been assigned. Graphics. See, this is annoying because you now got to try and find the very specific thing you're looking for in this list. Pause menu. Why are you not displaying? don't see why it's not spawning that text. Stop that game from loading. Reopen this script. What have I done wrong? Is it something about this? Probably. Okay, so what I'm going to try doing is I'm going to Control-C, delete, and put those back in. I want to see if they actually display, because then that'll tell me then if it's my code at the end. No, see, it's still not coming up down here. Quit. So it's no to do with that. Oh, I can just Control back. So why are you not drawing? What I've told you to draw. Could it be because... Oh, I think I know why. Let me double check. Player. If the pause button... Wait, no. If the escape key is pressed, generate the pause menu at coordinates 0, 0, 100, 100. Alright, so the pause menu is going to 100 to start with. Then the coordinates are going to the player. Ah, see, so the player is actually in the center of the screen. I only noticed it because I noticed this was saying to generate something further up and back to left. So that means that this is actually quite a bit off. This should be about there. Let's bring it onto the screen. Yeah, that'll bring it to the left. And then we need to bring it halfway down the screen. So 1080. Why have I got it? Oh, because it's 1280 in it. So 1280, half it is 640. So we'll say 640 would put it right at the bottom. And I want to bring it up about 80 pixels, so 560. That should hopefully bring it onto the screen. I hope. Yep, there is. What? Right, I also want it to do this. I also want it to say seed and do that. Right, so if that works, and random, yep, sweet, there's our seed. You know what I'm actually going to do? I'm going to have it... See, this was, once again, this was why I didn't want to do it like this. Alright, because I minimized it. Right, Control-A, Control-C, Notepad, cancel, Control-A, Control-V. Now I want to do a replace, let's Control-H. Alright, so I want to replace the space with an underscore. Replace all. Control-C, Control-A, Control-V. Right, let's run that again. So for space, I want to keep checking these until we see a space, just to see if it's a little easier to see. See, there's a space there now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 space. So there is a space. I'm hoping that when it generates to be a game maker. Yep, it is Game Maker. We are using Game Maker. Game Maker Studio 2. So I've been using Game Maker since I was like 13, back when it was Yo-Yo Games' Game Maker. Was it Yo-Yo Games' Game Maker originally? Or was Game Maker bought out by Yo-Yo Games? I don't remember. Either way, that seems to be working now. I also saw something else I need to update. Hi. I can't see your full bloody name because it's not going to come up on my chat properly. No, he's not going to come up on there. Well, Bricky House. How about I just bring up my YouTube up on that page? I've just realised I'm going to need that up because if something goes wrong, I will need access to both my YouTube and my Twitch, and I've only just thought about this. Twitch. I shouldn't need Facebook because that one barely gets used. Where is my account? Go to your account. View the live. My YouTube up on that page. Loud. There we go. Now I can get to. See. There we go. Bricky Hooder. Howdy. I'm sorry, I butcher everybody's name. And I want to do the same thing for Twitch. Get you up as well. Muted. Sweet. My chat up there. That way, if something goes wrong, I can close things. Can you give me admin? No. No, I can't. It seems a bit of a random thing. You just jump into somebody's chat and ask immediately, can you be an admin? I mean, you could at least get to know me first. How am I supposed to know that you're not going to just use admin rights to just take my account and do whatever the hell you want? I mean, I might not be a big YouTuber, but I've worked hard on what I've done, and I will protect it. Yeah, we use it at school as a B technique. See, I never got to do that kind of stuff in school, because, I'm old now. But admittedly, I got into a battle with our computer techs because I consistently kept installing the original Game Maker into the school's computers. I just kept building games in my own time. Built things like Pac-Man, Tetris, Breakout. Nice little cool game where you was a car getting chased by a missile. It was quite fun. That code still annoys me. Right, I want to clear my workspace back down now. Don't need the debugger open anymore. And I don't need you anymore. You are a bit older than me, but I'm sure they would have had at least the old big clunky things where you had the green screens and you had to type in every command for everything, if you were lucky. Right, why did I close that? Minimize that. I don't want to minimize that. Gosh, maybe buy him dinner. Yes, buy me dinner. I'm a big fan of steaks. Or anything. I'm yet to find a piece of food I don't like. Right, so that's that. So we got. So it is now generating scripts, the seed at least. Now we've got the hard one. Now we've got to put the player input one. Now, I'm not 100% sure on how to do this, to be honest. I think I'm going to need a new object. Something that's going to be on the screen and consistently typing. Okay. We had Windows 95. We used to make stupid pixies. Hey, MS Paint was great for pixies. Just drew random squiggly lines and then used the fill key to bloody fill in and make some pretty, stained glass window effects. Don't jip Microsoft Paint. Especially since most of my graphics look like they've been made in Microsoft Paint. Let's create a new object, and we'll call this one object underscore seed maker. Cool. Right. So when the seed maker is drawn, the first thing I need this to do is I need to start running some steps. And I'm not talking tragedy here. Right, so first things first. I shouldn't be using zeros. I just realised. Wait. Yeah, self-object. It's in the create features. These shouldn't be zeros because they can be set to 0. These all need to be -1s. So we'll do the same thing again. Oh, no, because it's going to bloody... That's all right. It's only then a quick edit afterwards. Control-A, delete, Control-V. All right, so I want to change all accounts to 0 to -1. Replace all, which I know has changed these two. I already know it's done it. But I can swap that back. Control-A, Control-C. Those need to be -1s so they're not preset. Hello there. So I can only see part of your name. It's annoying. I need to bring up. That one. No, I don't. That was me trying to get my subscription back. Figure out how to increase the font so people could read it. I want that one. Wait, no. Yes, that one. I'll get your full name up now. Ahmed Mamedov? I hope I'm saying that correctly. Cool. So they set to -1, then they can randomly set. That is important, having the -1s there, because we can use the number 0, and I want this, not random seed, I want the object seed maker. When this comes in, I want this to be able to recognize 0 as a key. So every step, if S, no, not S, if P0 is equal to -1. So if you check the first position, if it's equal to -1, it's not been set yet. Then it's down to what the player puts in. This is going to be, once again, another stupidly long line of code. This might be better in a script, so I'll have to look at it again. So what we need this to do is, if the player set presses backspace, it needs to preset the one before it back to -1. And then whenever you put in a key, it should then check the whole list thing again. Because if this is -1, it hasn't been set. So this gets the set. Then once it's set, then we can check P01. See if that's set. And if it's not, then you set that one so it's a 4th. And you click back, then it unsets 1 4. Yes! All right, so this will work. But now it's just getting the line of code up. So if keyboard check. If it's pressed and was it ORed? Yes, ORed. Nope, no. Once again, I didn't. Right, so if that is pressed and P0 becomes equal to string that. Else if, and then the next one. See, now this is where it's going to get annoying. Because this is going to be just like the other bit of code, but rather than what you call it, rather than 26 lines plus the one for 0 to 1, it's now going to be, oh crap, yeah, this is going to be 37 lines long, 38 for the backspace. Jesus, per digit, it's 380 lines of code. Is this all this thing's doing? It's doing that and it's drawing. It should be okay. I think. Right, so easiest way for me to do this. Just get rid of that line. Get rid of that line. Control C. Right, so. Oh, crap. Nope, didn't paste. Right, so that's 1 to 9, 0. Then we want to go out to 36. I did it again. For the letters. I wish it would go down every line every time I press the spacebar. I think my spacebar might be getting a bit stuck. Right, so that's the letters. Space. Hello, Memele. I wish this bloody thing would update so I could see people's names. Why are you not updating? Refresh. Hopefully it'll update. Hello, Memele. Once again, I'm going to butcher your names. I'm terrible with names. All right, essentially, kind of. Because it's going to be like a giant. Well, I'm not the best programmer in the world. And I'm not 100% sure on how I can have it set this very particular key to whatever's being pressed, unless I say, check every bloody key. Hello, Cardi Alley. But trust me, this is going to get worse because that's just setting P0. There's 10 of these Ps to set. There's got to be a better way to do this. Surely. Try and think. Think. Is there a way that I can just have it set based on what key is being pressed? Check all keys. Okay. Idea. We want this one up. This. Keyboard. Check pressed. Unlike the keyboard checks function, only returns the value on press it step. Obviously, that's what we want. Just make a list of the characters and loop through them all with a single key. Key as it returns the function of odd, only capital letters. As 1 to 0, or any VK key constantly listed. Alright, so we can check for any key. Okay, yep, that's going to work a lot better. So, essentially... I'm actually going to copy you into a text document in case this goes wrong. Control-A, delete. Alright, the premises is that you're playing as a goblin who's following an adventuring party into the dungeon, cleaning up their mess. And the boss of the dungeon is paying you to clean the dungeon up. And obviously, the more you play it, the more levels and dungeons you clear, the more you get paid, and the quicker and the better upgrades and stuff you get. And as you go, then it's slowly going to introduce harder and harder NPCs that will be in the dungeon, which will try and kill you because you are a monster. And it'll also introduce like other monsters in the dungeon, which will be friendly towards you. Some of them will be hostile towards you. The stains and the blood will get worse. Like maybe there'll be some slime that's eroding something. You've got to scrub off with a certain cleaner. If you don't have it, then you don't get paid. I need to remember to do that. Put that in my notes. Change the pay system. Because I don't want it to be getting paid throughout the level. It might be. You might still get paid throughout the level. Paid throughout the level and get a bonus based on how much you actually 100% complete. That was a good idea. Anyway, so if keyboard check pressed. Is there a way I can have it just check letters? How many capital letters from A to Z? Can I have odd any? Maybe. VK any key. Right, so if a key is pressed, if a key is pressed, variable, we're just going to hop becomes equal to keyboard why is that not setting? Keyboard check pressed. Keyboard check. Okay. One argument. With this key, you can check to see if the keyboard has been pressed or not. No, I don't want it to check it. I want it to set it to what was pressed. God damn it. Last key, yes, that's what I want. I want to set it to the last key. Add our characters to an array and loop through the array. Add characters to an array, loop through the array, and insert the character from the array. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So that way I can have it then set based on this. This now knows what it is. It's preset. It's going to be like locked, so it can check it. I only want it to go through once. And I need to do that so that way I can go for the next part of the loop. Yeah. So this should work. So, variable. We need to create an array. I'm going to call it A. This is going to equal my array of 0, 1, 2, 3. I hate doing it. Oh, we've already got 0. Space A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. No, that should be all. Ooh, that's going to be easy to read over the side. Variable character equals ABCD for I equals this. Character right. Keyword first. Right, I need that to be stretched out more so I can read it properly. Right. Variable characters equals this. Yes, we've got the array. For var I equals O. It's less than the character's length. Yep, that's what I was going to check. I go through, so it loops through it. If keyword check pressed, odd character. Oh, you can do character I. No, I said we're also going to be including numbers, so we can add the numbers into the array anyway. That should do the same, I think. I hope. I've missed a symbol somewhere. I know what I've missed. I guarantee I've missed it. Yep. Should have been square bracket. Okay. So when the keyboard is checked, check that. Yeah, so the first time I ever touched this was back in... I was in my 7th year of school. It won't work with Ord. Ah. See, that's why I was just going to go for check any key. Because then it won't matter what key they press. There may need to be a string. If not, string numbers don't work. Ord. Numbers don't work for Ord, and you can just check for... It's true. To be honest, I could actually do with these just being strings. Let's just put them as strings. Because technically these ones aren't strings. Yeah, these ones aren't numbers of constants. They're literally just symbols. They're just there for the player to understand. Okay, so next thing is up. So we've got the key we've pressed set. We've got the list of things. Next we need to do the loop, which they mentioned. So this is what I was considering. Why do we always use I for loops? I equals 0. Hey, actually remember to do semicolon. Oh. Variable I. Why do we always use I for these things? For... I being less than array length, and it is the underscore a array, and then I plus plus. close brackets, curly brackets. Right, I'm going to put some more spaces in that. There's a smaller space taken. Yeah, I know. I've done it in a few of these loops. Let's see if I find a good example. Did I do it in? Did I use a for loop in here? No, there is definitely something that I've got a for loop from. Maybe the goblin. Because I tend to go against the grain just to annoy people when I do this. Right, this is not in there. Let's reset my thing. I'm sure I've got a for. I know I've got 4 loops. I've got one in my dungeon controller. Yeah, so as you can see, my 4 loops, I've actually used _y. I've used ID, X. I try to do everything I can to avoid using I. I'm not trying to be difficult, but I'm trying to be very difficult. Back to SeedMaker. What do these keys need to do? Right. Essentially, what this is going to do is this is going to set the variables P0 to P9. So we can understand it. So as the player types these keys, it sets the letters. They'll be displayed on the screen. And then once it's done, those letters will then be reassigned back to numbers 1 to 36. No, 0 to 36, sorry. Which will then be set to S0 to S9. And then that will be used as like a seed generator. I'm trying to do it in such a way so that when, as you can see here, I've got the random one already working. So the seed will basically be setting 0 to 34 for every one of the seed variables. That's S0 to S9, which will then be used to generate all this based on random mathematics I'm going to come up with later. But I'm trying to get the letters to work so that when the player looks at it, they understand it easier. Because basically, it's easier for us to look at, well, UAZ 680, that, or in my case, I'll probably Ravens mod 0000, than it is for us to look at 134 0 6 12 9 7, whatever. So I'm trying to make it just easier for the human side of things, because we're not all super machines. I mean, even me with my bloody coding, military, bloody signaling background, even I'm not some kind of bloody super machine. Right, so I forgot I was going to do this now. Right. If P0 is equal to 0, no, sorry, is equal to -1, meaning not set, if that being set to the last key pressed, will that set the backspace? This variable refers to the value that the key was in the previous frame, returning the key. All standard key codes are constants are returned. Hopefully this brings in these. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to set it like this. So if _r is equal to would it be? It would be this VK backspace. If that is equal to that, I don't know if that's going to work, because that's going to try and set to to a thing. That should do it. If it's that, then just as a test, just make sure P0 becomes equal to hi. So just a temporary thing. Right, draw set font to be FONT1. Draw set H alignment, because these are consistently changing, to left. Is it FA? FA left. Draw text. P0. Wait, I don't like doing it that way, do I? I do it this way around. So that 0. That. I know it's probably easier to do it the way I was just doing, but P0. Oh, crap. Got to put the globals in on this. Help if I did. Right, so that should hopefully then just display. Oh, it does if I close the thing off. Right, what am I missing? Why are you not working? Oh, because I forgot to put the XY in. Duh. X dash Y. Just for now, just so it's on the screen. I'm still highlighting it as wrong. Oh, I know why. String that. And close it with set brackets. Wait, did I? What? There we go. That's right. That's correct. Right. So let's just see if we can get that onto the screen to begin with. So we're just going to copy this again. Copy. And then if it says seed, don't do this. I want you to destroy all the buttons. And then I want you to create an instance of object seed maker. I want you to generate it at, what is it? 1280, 640. I think it's 1280 for the main page. Right, that's just my test. If I've done this correctly. Right, it's displaying that because that is what it says currently. If I press backspace, it says hi. Yes, backspace works. Right. Oh, crap. We can't close the game. Close. So that does work. Okay, so next up. Now I've proven that that does what I think it's going to do. If P1 equals -1. Right, if R equals underscore A I. Wait. This is going to loop through every single freaking thing and check them all. Yeah, this is fine because it's going to check them all. Then once it's done, it'll check them all again. Sweet. Right, so if that equals this. I could do that on top of it. If that equals that, then P0 becomes equal to. No. Global.P0, capital P0, now equals underscore underscore R, don't matter which. Ooh. If I equals the element, return the element ID or index. Yeah. Essentially, we saw that. So that should. I'm hoping what I've set up there. What have I done wrong? Why is that? Constantly expected to follow by VK. What? Constance is expected to be one of the following. VK. Why is it? Or is that not going to set it to the last letter? This refers the value of the keyword that was previously trying to return. Ah. That's not going to do what? That was loud. For God's sake. Right, you mentioned something up here. Keyboard press or set what you need or whatever. See, I'm not thinking this. I'm thinking this. This is a stupid idea. Right, so if we change that to that. Oh, wait, no, that's only good. If I do VK any key, that's just going to set it to... I think I get where you're working. I think I get what you're saying there now. Having VK won't set it to odd. Right, I get you. Yeah. Yeah, see. I see what you were saying there. Right. I can make this work. I just need to slightly change this. This needs to be slightly corrected now. Characters. Wait, what? What characters are I? So have you? If keyboard press or character I. Right, yep. I kind of see what I've messed up here, right? Based on what you've set up there and what I've typed. So essentially, this isn't going to work because this will only work to like the command keys, your backspace, enter, shift, blah, 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 blah. So that is a negative. I've done this wrong. I'll admit I've done this wrong. What I need to do is I need to set it how you've stated here with how you've done it there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this piece, delete that. I'm going to get my tabs correct first. So, slight change. Every time the key is pressed, I need it to now check this. Check the key against this. And check the key against this. If it equals an odd, then do it. If it doesn't equal an odd, and equals another key, and it equals the backspace key, then do a different command. Yes. Yeah, I guess. You know what? Yeah. Just for simplicity. We'll make it a... Oh shit, I didn't actually set this properly, did I? Duh. Yeah, we'll minimize this just for simplistic sakes. I'll correct all that later. This I don't need. Get rid of. Save that so I can come back to it. Right, so keyboard. I don't want this bit now. Delete. So I've got my array. Array check everything. If keyboard press. I'm going to spell, please. Oh wait, no, it's check pressed. Check pressed. If keyboard check pressed is How did you write this? Odd. Wait, no, not I. Underscore A. I. So, if the keyboard that is pressed is equal to this, then if global dot p0 is equal to -1, then let's copy this. Becomes equal to string that. Wait. No. Just that. Why is that highlighting? Oh, I'm missing a bracket. There we go. See, what I'm thinking is that should still do what you've originally stated there. But see, if you want both numbers characters to work, you either need to check two separate lists. Well, surely should that just return that as a string of 0, 1, 2? Should it not? Or you can pre-compute them into. This is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that should now just set that to a string of 0, 1, 2. Else, if... All right, let's just... Before I get onto that piece, let's just get this bit working. So if it's one of the ones put into there, it may actually. And then... this is where it gets long again. That's it. I think that's all of them. 1, 2. Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't like swearing, but that annoyed me, that. 7, 8, 9. Oh, I forgot to put the elves in. I'll put them in momentarily. I know, I've made this mistake before. Right. Else. Oh, just skip the else bit, please. Control. Okay. Oh, I didn't ask you to delete the line, but okay. Why does it do this sometimes? It doesn't copy the part you're asking it to copy. It just copies random bits. There we go. Right, so this should, if I've done it right, that's what the P0 to 1, that is base, P0 to 9 is what the player sees of the seed. So it's the number to text variant. I'm going to have to come up with another line of code down the line that basically converts every one of these P's into a number value and sets that to S. S will be the actual seed. Move P0 to 9. Why don't you use an array? You know what? That actually might be simpler. Yeah, because then I can use a for loop to go through the array rather than I just set 101 frigging things. So that'll be simpler than this. You know what? I like that idea. I like that idea. You're good. You're actually really good. I like you. You are becoming my new best friend. Bad shot. Goodbye. That's so usually when I'm doing arrays, people have a go at me because like, why are you using arrays? Don't use arrays. Use bloody indexing and bloody no, not indexing. I should be using dictionaries rather than bloody mass arrays. So you should be an array of -1, -1, -1, -1. That's 4. Oh, it's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. 10. And then you, because you need to be different values. Oh, it means I'm going to have to change this bloody code. Like I said to the previous guys, this is why I hated this. I did not want to do this. Oh, for God's sake. I told people I was looking for a faster way to do this. Right, so 4 variable a equals 0. Which I am not using I refuse. As long as a is less than the array length of global dot S0. I'm just going to call it S0 still. Then A++. No, wait, no. Wrong. There we go. All right, so does it need to be 1 - 1? Because it goes 0. No, because when it gets to the array length, it stops, right? Cool. Yeah, honestly, a dictionary would be easier if they existed. Yeah, like I said, this when I first started typing this up, this was the only way I could think to do this until you mentioned arrays. When I thought, great, because this was the original C generation. When you choose random, it randomly assigns the numbers 0 to 36, which is 0 through 9, space, then the letters, and then after which it goes through this mass thing where it basically just says, what is this number? Assign a variable based on that number. And it does it over and over and over again. This is why I didn't want to do that, because it's messy. And if I want to just change one thing here, because I accidentally made that as a 6 on all of this, I would have to type it 1,000 times. So, easier. So, global dot S0 A now just becomes a random number between this and this. Okay, so that is that now. Set. Right, what's going on over here now? See, that chat stopped working again. That one, right, the YouTube chat, because that one is stopped working again. It seems to do it whenever the text box fills up. Okay, so, you don't need to do all that, you just use the index. Yeah, honestly, the dictionaries, yeah, I know they're not built in, this is why I don't use them. Holy moly, what is all that? Yeah, I answered that question. I thought that meant some things. DS data structure. One of these is a DS map. This lets you make a key pair. So you could easily do DS. C key map key. Could do. Right then. So I could probably do away with most of these now. If S whatever equals this, then P whatever becomes that. I'm going to need at least one of these loops still, I think. But at least now I don't need really 300 lines of code. Knew there was a simpler way to do this. Knew it. So that becomes that. That becomes that. if SA is less than 9, then PA becomes equal to whatever that is. So that's starting to catch up now. So the beauty of DS map is that, in theory, you can simply just do key, and it will automatically give you a seed number you set to it. Yeah. So yeah, I could say do that for setting the seed numbers. The point behind this is it's not just like generating the seed. Well, it does generate the seed, but the seed's going to be used in ways that I'm not 100% sure on yet. So I'd like to keep like a variable version of it, just so that I know I can reference back to it if I need to. Say down the line, this probably will all get erased. Ugh, I'm not going to go through all this. Luckily, it's not too bad now. It's just putting this in all of these slots. This should still do the same thing. Oh, I will need to change it in the pause menu. And of course, I've also got to do the reverse of this down the line, which will be slightly annoying. You know what? Because I'm lazy. Oh, don't do it for all of it, because if I do that, it's going to erase it on there. Right, what was I storing in here? Yeah, sort that. Edit. Find replace. Change P0 to P0 that. P0 A bracket. Replace all. Control A, Control C, come back to here, put this back in. Right, so that should set that to go through every letter of A, which is every variable within the length of this constant. I'm like half trying to read this and half trying to read what you're saying at the same time. No, you've not said it since I last read it. So, oh, you just said to me, why not put all the characters into... Yeah. Set an array of that, which I was originally going to do. And that just becomes entry of that array. Yeah, it will. I pressed a bracket there. Wait, no, I haven't. These all need to go out one for that to work. To line up. But yeah, you're right. You're right. You know what? I'm going to set this as a bloody global array. Because I'm going to be using it more than once. It's just bloody... And that's going to bloody disappear now because we're not using that. Right, global letters. Which will be... I've got to go through all this and do this. Again. 0. I hate typing. Who the hell thought it was a good idea for me to make games? Yeah, a few times and then we'll come back. So what we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So all the numbers will match up with their entries. So 0 to 9. Entry 10 is a space. Oh, wait, I've made a mistake here somewhere. What's going on? Why is that there? A space. All right, what's said now? Since you have one line for the alphabet, we can loop to set them all. Yeah, the global alphabet's a great idea. Yeah. So yeah, so entry 9 is that, 10 is that, then entry 11 will be A. Which then means it's just... Whoa, why did my camera go all weird? Why's my camera going weird? What is going on with my camera editing? Or is that just because my YouTube... No, my YouTube's lost its bloody quality. Why have you dropped in quality, YouTube, on 720? There we go. Yeah, because then each letter will just be its number, its position in the alphabet plus 10. D, E, F, G, H, I. Whenever I refer to this, I can now just come back to this letter, this array. Oh, I've done it again. How many times have I done this? Put that comma in the wrong spot. Yeah, it's done it throughout. God damn it. I must have missed it when I was typing. F, G, H, I, J, K. So I need to be careful now, make sure it's in the right spot. L, M, N, O, P. It looks like it was on 1. 1. Yeah, 1's got it. Oh, why is it redlining? Right, we'll get other letters in, then we'll figure out why it's redlining. P, Q, R, S. I know my ABCs. T, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y. Oh, I was one short. Z. Okay, it's still redlined. Why did you redline? Why? Why are you redlined? An assignment was sent. That's why it's redlined. I forgot the equals. Duh. Okay, so that's now set. Now we can always refer back to this whenever we need to. Get rid of the extra line there. We don't need the random. We got rid of it. Right, rando seed. No longer need to refer to this. Right, so every assignment will be given a thingy. Right, then global P. Sorry, P0. Whoa. That's a capital. A will now be equal to global dot letters A. You know, that script there is so small, I might actually move it from a script. No, actually, I'm going to keep it there so that this file stays as small as possible. It's just one line after that, then you can put a loop on them all. Yeah, global. Yeah, so sweet, I'm all up to date on my chat. So, the new randomized seed goes through an array of every single slot of S0. Starting at 0, go to the end. Assigns each one of them the numbers 0 to 36. And at the same time, assigns the corresponding letter to the P file. Huntley. You also want the array length of the letters too, right? No, it shouldn't need the array length of the letters because it's just going to be checking the array length of this and setting all of them to every position in the S0 to this. And S0 and P0 at the same length. So, as I said, 0 to 9 should be entry 0 to 9 in this entry. 10 is the space, and then 21 to 36 will be the letters. So that should successfully set the letters. Should. Alright, now, this means I have to mess with this now. Because you are no longer drawing this complicated mess. Right. can you stop, please? Thank you. Right then, so how do I get this to draw all the entries of the array? Plus global dot S0? Wait, P0. I think that's it. Notice if... Well, it's the S1 should be smaller, so it should still... No, that didn't work. Yeah, it's always that line. Illegal array use. But damn it. Yeah, but it's not really cycling through those letters. It's just like using it as a reference point and just saying, hey, I want you to pull out letters based on what position it is in the A. No, based on what numbers have been assigned to the various entries on the S0. Do a loop through each seed value. Not a string. We can think it does this. All I need now is for that to display what P0 says. There we go, array to string. I knew it'd be something weird like that. Wait, is it array to string? No. Do the feature. Array. Damn it. Damn. It's not going to do what I want. Yeah. So maybe it would have been better with me keeping the P1s. Just for the player's sake. Variable string, array to string, equals function array. Bloody heart symbols on the bloody screen, it's annoying. Right, variable array to string equals function array. Variable result equals variable length. Equals for I equals results equals return results. If you had a script or a global, you should be able to use this function. So I hate how bloody YouTube bloody. Is there a way I can copy what you've wrote? Yes, there we go. Right, let me just copy that, and I'm going to look at it on here, because then I can tab it out and read it better. Equals function. For this equals this. Tap that again so I can read it again. And return the results. Right, so create this new variable using a new function that we're going to create. The function should run as variable results equals this, variable length equals array length, which would be the length of the array we're copying from. I see what you're getting at. Okay. I'm going to put this in here. It's a lot easier when I can see it tabbed out like that rather than just how YouTube displays it to me. If you add the script to your globals, you should be able to use this function. Function will define those variables for a function or a method. This way you can use it like an array to string seed. Yeah. Script. Okay. Array to seed. Get rid of those first two lines. Where did I just put that? Was it in the pause menu? It is. Right. So I'm going to copy this out first and move this into here. Then I can have a look and see how I need to change this. Right. So that bit is not needed in this part. That is needed elsewhere. That will be needed probably in here. So I'll come back to you momentarily. Right then, so array to seed. What you need to do is set a variable, which is this. An array length, which would be that. Create that for loop, do that, return results. Okay, so this needs to be the length of array S0, I think. Oh, global S0. Right, so that's that. So the array is nothing currently. The results is nothing. Set the length to that. Keep going until that is the length of that. Starting at 0. Ah, eyes. Why? Ah, it burns. Bees. I'm doing this on purpose. B, and that should be the global letter array. That needs to come down one, return. Shouldn't need that extra one there. Space that down. And then tab all that out because you're within the function. Okay. That looks like it's going to do what it is you're explaining. You need to use the change to argument. No, you don't need to use the hard reference keep. It's generic. This way you can use this for any array. Gosh. Yeah. No, wait, yeah, I'm going to call it array. So I remember what it's called. So look through that. So go through whatever array it is, get the results back, copy and letters from that. Right, so that should work. Yeah, you're right. So now I can stick any array into this and it will still come out with the correct letters as long as I remember that 0 to 9 is the first set and then space and then whatever. Okay, so that should do that. I forgot what I was doing now. Why did I put you in the pause menu? Right, so now what I need to do is... So I need to put this in before this, because it's going there. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. It needs to go there. Oh, it does. No, it needs to go there. Right, I'm going to call you display seed. Variable display seed, and you are the seed. No. Array to seed command, and you're using array global Wait. Have I don't think this is going to work. Give me a second. I'll look what you've just wrote in a minute. Array length. Goes through the array for every. No. I've done this wrong. I should have been like that. Because that would try to copy letters. It'd be trying to use letters to copy numbers, which then have broken the array. Now that will actually go for whatever array I put into it and then put that array into a string. Right, so I did make a slight mistake there. This will be used array. Oh, I see. You made it so you turn any array into a seed. This one, you can turn the array to a string. Yeah, see? It came to me before I read your message. See? Sometimes I can be clever. Not often. Right, now you need to display. How do I do this again? Right, I know this is bad coding. Just how I prefer to do it. Display seed. It's just how I prefer to do it. I prefer to do it based on those. Right, run. Wait, did I? Yeah. So random, this should break. P0. Or did I? I did it again. God's sake. It's capital P. I do that all the time. Randomize. Well, that's not quite correct. Unless I just got... I could have just got very, very lucky. I did take randomize out. I could have just got very lucky there. I'm going to put randomize back in. Let's run that again. Nope, it's still coming up. Ooh. So something went wrong in this script. So you knew there was 9 letters. Array length was the array. The array went in. It should have gone through every part of the array and pushed whatever it was onto that. And this is taking the array P0. Let's run a debugger and see if P0 and that is... Did I miss a capital out when I was doing something with that? Take this out full screen mode now. So I'll look into that in a second. I just want to see why these aren't setting properly. No, variables. P0. It is setting itself 1 to 9. Why are you setting 1 to 9? You are clearly not meant to be setting 1 to 9, so there's something wrong with that P conversion. Right, so what did I... Array to seed. It's array to string. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Why have I put it as array to seed? Right, array to string. That's auto sets there. What did I do wrong in the P file? I can't remember where I bloody set that now. Right, so you're being updated from that. When you run, it should run the random seed thing. I'm going to set you up in the setups because you're down here now. Right. It's going an element since array into a string. The issue is that its actual random numbers aren't changing, I think. You can test this by setting the array manually and reading it into a string. Yeah, so we did kind of look at that. So let me load the debug book so I can show it again. I keep covering my face a lot. So I think a lot. Random seed and disable thingy mode. Right, so if we pause, come into here, instances, variables. So the one it's randomly setting is the S0, which we could see is random. Numbers 11, 22, 5, 15, 6, blah, 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 blah. But the P version is always being set 0 to 9. That tells me there is something wrong with this bit of scripting here. So it's doing that correctly, but this is not being set correctly. I see what's gone wrong. Right, I see what's gone wrong. Because this is looping through numbers 0 through 9 to set the length of it out, and 0 to 9 is 0 to 9. We don't want to be looking for 0 to 9. We want to be looking at this bit here, because that is a random number. So now this is... Oh, I need to put global in. So now this is being set to a random number between 0 to 36, and P0 onwards is now drawing letters from the letter file, which will now have random numbers between 0 and 36. That should now work. See, I just made a little mistake there. That was on me. I blame myself. Seed is now 0. God damn it. For God's sake. So why are you not setting? Why did that not set properly? Let me look at this again. Go to my debug. I'm just going to put you straight into thingy mode. Move, random. Right, you're set into 0. Pause. Variables. See, this is now setting L7Q8J. So that's now setting. So the P numbers are correct. So why are you not displaying it correctly? Why are you returning 0 every time? Think. There's a combination of all the elements of the array into a string. Issue is that your actual random numbers aren't changing, I think. You've tested for saying it. You read it as a string. You see it should work. Yep. Sorry, so that's set. So why is this now not taking the P file, which has been put into it, P0, and give me an output of these numbers? Well, of this combination. When we saw 2 minutes ago, literally 2 minutes ago, it was happily easy to take 0 to 9. Yeah, but in that array, there is no 0. It starts with an I, an L. Array to seed. God damn it. I wish when you typed it in one place, it automatically went through everything else. Array to string, and I'm pretty sure it updated in here as well. Array to string, yes. So, is it just because it didn't auto-update that wording? New, random. There we go. Random seed is now generating properly down there. Okay, that's one problem down. Now, back to this. Right, so that should now equal global dot. We don't even need that because we can just check global dot letters rather than looking at a random string that's been preset. Right. So if keyboard I. Wait, what? Global dot letters. You know what? I'm putting that back. I'm putting that variable back in, just because it makes this easier. Right. So. What's the underline? Well, okay, so I want you to check, go through every possibility of I in this, every step. Check to see if that is what is being pressed. When you press it, check. Right, now we need to do a for loop to check through every entry of this. So for, I'm going to do variable L this time, 0. So L to be less than array underscore length of, this is the player version, so global.p0. And then every time you go through, go L plus plus U, and that is not a curly bracket, that should be a regular bracket. Curly brackets are here because you are part of this function. Why is there extra spaces there? And there. Right. So, go through every record of the array. If global, wait, yeah, P0, L, oh, capital L. If the L is equal to -1, is that going to work? Is that going to work? Because that'll check 0, the first entry, -1, then it will set it. And then it's going to run it again, and again, and again, and again, and again. And it's going to set all the entries to whatever key I press. That's not what I want it to do. Right, so change that. I don't want it to do that. What did I have originally here? I had this. Oh. I think this might actually be the best method for doing this still, is using else's. Yeah, I think that's actually probably the smarter method, is literally an else array. Just because then it allows me to check it. Whoa. That was the chair. That was the chair, not me. Yeah. What am I looking at here? Go through every entry in the array over and over again, and if it's equal to what I've pressed, then I want you to set it to that. Right, so what I was thinking now is if I used a for loop, then all it would do is it would look at the first letter, well, the first entry, set it what I pressed, and then it's going to run the loop again because it's going to check the next number, which will then also be a -1, so it will set it to to what I've pressed again. So if you press F, the first entry will become F, then it will check it again, and the second entry becomes F, then the third, then the fourth, then the fifth, and the sixth, and the seventh, and you're never going to get an entry of -0 to check again. So if I go through this loop instead, and have it check through this array over and over again, trying to find, will the player press one of these letters? If it does, set the number to that letter. That way, I press a letter. What isn't he pointing? Isn't he typing? Yes, so this is essentially, this should now set it so the first number you press will set it to this, and then it should stop. Because it's just checking all the letters, not checking the entire array. Right, this function is essentially, so as you saw, we had the last slot there where it randomized the seed. Was it this one? Yeah, so this one, what it did was it set, when you click random, allowed you to set all the S's to give you your numbers, and then gave the player an easy read version. This function, wherever the hell I've just put it, this one is trying to do the reverse. So you type in what you want your seed to be, and then it will then convert it back into the number. Yeah. So that's a check through the loop, and then assign the p. Oh, all right. I need to change this bit here because this is old legacy text. So that should be that. Ugh. I hate it when I have to do this. Six, 7, 8, 9. God damn it, now I've got to do it over here as well. Copy this. I just saw the message pop up. Give me a second, I'll get all this whilst I'm on my trail of thought. Then I will look over and read that message, because I cannot do two things at once. I am very simple-minded. Oh, crap. 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it kind of is. So, well, I'll be doing the string to seed bit in a moment. Well, the array to... I'll explain it in, now. So essentially, what's going to happen on this is it's going to check through this array and compare it to what we press. And then it should assign the P to these numbers if we go into the manual press. But then I'll need to do another script equal to the random seed thing, which basically then reverses this and puts this back onto the S's. But if I do this now, there should be no S value, but this should give me a P value, I think. I hope I'm explaining that well. So buttons. So if I type seed in, it creates that. Press seed mentor, seed maker. If keyboard check, I want to put this in. Wait. No. So essentially, what I want to do here, actually, get rid of that. So if P now does not equal 1, does not equal that, go to dungeon. That should manually let us set the P file and then should automatically take us to the dungeon, I think. So it did not. And of course, I can't get out of that mode because I've not set up a way to exit that close. Okay, so my line of thought did not work. Right, so what was you saying then? But why look through all the letters and check the key? You should check the key, then loop through all the letters. Okay, well, first, you really should have two methods made already. Seed to string strings. Yeah, I will get to the string to seed momentarily. It's just this needs to be done first so I can get that second function to work. So maybe you're right. Maybe I do need to go through whatever keys pressed first, then loop it through the numbers. This is... I should have actually done what I was doing anyway. Because I should have accepted that, seen it was the same as this, and then moved on to this. Let's copy what you've put there. So I'm going to have to put it in here and tab it out so I can read it properly. Whoa, Jesus. Right, so if... press A... right, so... it's a for loop. And then... you've done that. And that. Let's just see what you've wrote. Right, so if I would press A for variable I equals 0, for I equals P0, for array length P0, I. So I'm looking for. So if I press the A key, then go through the entire length of the P file. If Pi is equal to 0, is equal to -1. So yeah, this was what I was originally thinking, but the problem you'll have with this code is if you press A, then what it'll do is it'll go into entry 0, see it's equal to -1, and it'll then set it to A. Well, set it to this thing here. And then it will go into the I equals 1. It'll see I equals 1, I1 is still equal to 1, and then it'll set it again. And then it'll go to 2, then set it again, then go to 3, and set it again. So if you press A once, then every entry will just become equal to A. That's the problem that I was seeing when I had that first loop, which is why I went back to this. Because this should go through it and just see, hey, this is set to 1. This is set to -1. Set it to this. And then it should stop because it's already done this command. And then when it goes through the second time, it sees, oh, it's not equal to this. Go to the next one. Hey, look, that's set to -1. All right, now we can set this one instead. You take your key, check all existing keys. See which is -1, set it. See, that's the problem I've got here. So this won't quite work just based on this loop. It will just keep setting one bit, the same letter to everything. Global P equals I equals I. So close. But yeah, I saw that problem. What I'm trying to figure out is why this wasn't setting. Because that should have seen these two are the same, and it should have set it to this, and it didn't. Wait! Every time you press the key, you want to fill a new line of the C. Yeah, so essentially I want it so if I press A, then it just looks through it and finds the first entry in this list, which is a -1, and sets it to the A key. If I press B, then it sets it to the B key. If I press a 2, then it goes to the 2 key. And then at the same time, the next stage of this will be if I press the backspace, it then deletes the last one it saw. So it's not just consistently having all of them set the same. So that way then I can type in my own seed, whatever I want it to be. Well, I can set my own P array to whatever I want it to be. I'm going to stop saying seed because that actually means something. So why did this not see this? If keep on press. You see, that should have gone through the entire array of this and seen if the key I'm pressing is in that array. But it didn't. Yeah, so like I say, so it should find the next entry in this list, which is a -1, and set it to the next thing. How bad's my delay? Because that chat's from a while ago, that. Or is it? Or has this stopped working again? Has my multi-chat stopped working? You want to fill in a new line of the seed. Where was that? I've lost where you are on this now. Why is that not lining up with this? Where is that? Quite a while back. I hate all these chats never line up. You iterate down the list and choose the next value. Yes, so I'm to there. Yes, yeah, see, I'm trying to see where that code went. So yeah, the code disappeared in my little mini chat here between my two lines. I'll move this over so it can be seen. So yeah, so you put your line of code between if you fill in a new line of seed and something like this, which is there. So the actual code you typed in disappeared. So I could manually type it. Right. I'm going to have to, because like I said, I can't read things properly when it does it as a single line on this. So var start index equals 0. If keyboard check press odd a that closes that. So if it's that, nope, wrong brackets. Right. Press a if global P0 start index. I hope I'm typing this all correctly. Start index equals -1. Global. Wait, what the hell did I just get to? If alright, I'm on this line. Global dot P0 start index comes equal to underscore AI. Wait, underscore AI. See, this is when the semicolons come in handy, because I can actually read stuff. Start index ++. Okay, so start at 0. Check if I press A. If global index equals -1, global index becomes AI. Then move on to the next one. Yes, see, that will work. See, that will work for this. That will actually... Even if that... Yeah, because then that'll do a loop of where we are. And then I can set it, if we set -1, then it goes back. So yeah, that will actually... That will compensate for my master line of coding. It's a bit more complicated, but it's compact, which is useful. Right, let's line this up. Let's go up one more. You go to there. You go to there. And then you go to there. Okay. Look, if I didn't have to have that so loud for bloody work, I swear to God, I have got one too many of these. I've got one too little of these, I think. You line up with that one. 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 Okay, something has been missed here because they're expecting something. What have I missed when I type this? Open, close, open, close. Ah, Mr. Bracket. Yeah, I can see it only works for ASA. I'm slowly reading through this so I get it in my head what I've done. Don't need that bracket because that'll still work. Okay, so that's a working piece of code now. No, it's fine because if I type it out, I'll learn it. I just don't understand why it didn't come up on my side chat. My YouTube's actually crashed. Why is YouTube crashed? Please don't tell me that the stream ended. Oh, good. And it's let me... Why have you downgraded again? My webcam's going really fuzzy. Why? Why are you going fuzzy? Well, I guess my webcam doesn't matter if it goes fuzzy, as long as the text is readable. Okay, so what was I reading then? I posted a no code above. It may have been put into spam. Yeah, it may have been flagged spam lol. I think you need to go into admin and unspam filter me. There is a way to do this. Huh. How do I do this again? Bloody hell. There is a way for me to turn off the spam filter. Because the last guy we had coming in... Huh. Defaults. What's on your channel? Spam filter should be turned off. Either way, we got it in. It allowed for me to learn the code. But if you put it in inside a loop for all letters, it will work. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, yeah, because I can see it only works for A. Move to the start of the index of the loop, and delete my own keyboard check. Use your odd. Yeah, obviously. Right, so that's not needed because, obviously, I've got my check, like you pointed out, so that can all be dropped down another line. So that's why I like doing it like that, because then I can delete those curly brackets when they get in the way. Use the standard index out of the loop. Delete your stream still is on still. Haha, it's fine here. Maybe just be at here and maybe it's stream. It could be. Yeah, so it is nice to get with other devs because I see things that others don't see. You'll see things I don't see. It's the extra pair of eyes, and it is likely just the bottleneck that's making me a bit pixely. So it should be obvious for those that are regular viewers. Yourself being fairly new. I'm in the military, and I'm currently sat on my barracks, and we all have to share this internet. I mean, the only indication in my room that gives it away is the jacket up on me door. I leaned the wrong way for that. The jacket up on the door, it is a camouflage jacket. You can just about see it. I mean, I do have some of my... Well, I've actually got my combats next to me. That's the only part I got near me. Yeah. Oh, the other things would be... No, it's the wrong one. So, yeah, that's the only other thing I've got. Got my slides. Yeah, so I'm sharing the internet, but it probably is just a bottleneck. But yeah, I do find it more productive when there's other programmers about because I can see things, they can see things. It helps. It often saves me having to go onto the community forums and asking for help on there and saying, "Hey, what have I done wrong?" And then just say, "Oh, you missed a capital." I do that a lot. I do miss capital letters a lot. But yeah, so you're right. This needs to come outside the loop, otherwise it's going to keep setting itself back to 0 every time. So let's get rid of that. Why is there an extra bracket there? What are you for? I think you're outside. And I want to set you up there with the other variables. Come on, go yellow. There we go. Right, so this should now check the entire array for my letters. Oh, I try my best I can, but it's nothing special. The UK don't see it as anything Valerie and great like the Americans do. You know, it was this or carry on being a chef, and I hate being a chef. Just as much as I hated being infantry. I say, as my slides say, I'm signals, so I'm communications programming mostly, working on servers now. And I'm so hoping that my old staff sergeant sees me saying that, because he kicked off at me before I left my old unit and actually put me in disciplinary. Because I don't care if people know I'm in the military. Because, face it, based on what my YouTube is and what everything's linked to, you're going to struggle to find me in the world. You'll struggle to find my real name. And even if I told you my real name, you wouldn't be able to spell it because my dad is dyslexic and it's not spelled correctly. All right, so checks the entire array, goes through the entire letters array. It tries to find if my key being pressed is equal to the letters array. Go through this looking for -1s, set the first one to it, and then go up, down an array. That should work. Yeah, I'm in America and I find the culture around our military a bit off-putting. I feel that way about all things. Oh, yeah. Things are absolutely glorious here. We've got, well, at the moment, we're trying to fix a lot of broken stuff. At the moment, it's more just a worry about what Mr. Putin is thinking of doing, bolstering defenses and such. But for me, I should be generally okay because, with me being I'm a HQ server builder. So generally, I shouldn't be put on front lines. Though I have been told, because I'm trained with what we call a Valor, it's basically just a giant minesweeper. Well, it's a metal detector for minesweeping. There's a good chance in the next, they believe, 4 years, I'm probably going to get deployed to Ukraine to help get rid of landmines because I know what I'm doing. It's the only thing that worries me. All right, let's give this a run. Let's see if this is now going to let me set these letters. So if I go in seed mode, nope, still not. Oh, it saw the 2, but it's not seeing it again. So why did you set once but won't set again? I think I know what it is. I think it occurs to me. Right, so that's going through the entire array. That's in. Is it? No. I know what it is. I think I know what it is. Right, so essentially, in one frame, it is going through this entire cycle of what's here. It's going through every single letter. Once it is selected, let's say, so in that frame, it goes 0, whatever, blah, 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 blah. During that stage, I press a key. So if it, and this key is only what's being done on the last frame. So if this count is too high or too low, I'm not sure which way around it is, it's going to miss the key press. So let me think. So if it looks at the last key, wait, no. So if I press A on this frame, the next frame, it should cycle through it and check to see if in the last frame, this was pressed. It is the last frame, right? Should have functioned to check to see if a key was pressed or not. Yeah, so essentially, then if it's got to say position 10 and I press a key, then it's only going to be searching the beginning of the frame, I think, to try and find that key. So it could be a timing issue. So, yeah, it might be in any key. I don't think any key's going to do it either. Because I need it to do the check on the same frame it's looking for. Do a keyboard change, right? Wrap the entire thing inside a keyboard any check. See, that's what I was thinking. It might need to be press any key and then C. Or, wait, no. Any key will, if you finish it in audio code into it, since the loop won't run until any key is pressed. To start, press. Where's the any key? Right, so if I do any key, seed. So if I press, no, that broke it. Oh shit! What went wrong there? Variable 10 out of range of 10. P minus. What line? Line 6. Line 6 broke. Line 6. Huh? So why did that break? That was going to work. Something broke there. Yes, well, in the end, we're going to find something broken here still, even if that didn't do what I was hoping for. So why did that break? That should only be going up to 9, and then should be stopping. So why did it try checking 10? Right. How do we check to see if a key has just been pressed? Just any key. It doesn't matter what it needs to be. As long as it's an odd key, there's got to be a way to just check for odd keys. That's what I want to look at now. Press any key first. You want both any key and the current key, press you have now. No, don't do that. You still need to filter out the keys. Wrap the entire thing in a key check and key old check. See, what I was thinking now is there a way for me to check, do this keyboard check and find out, is the key pressed just in this list? Which, that should be it. That should... Oh, no, because it's doing that. Right, yeah, because that was the problem we had. But this needs to be done based on frame. Is there another bloody one we can do? Check. Press released. Word. I think I'm going to have to keep it with check pressed. But what does check direct do again? This function will return true if the particular key code is pressed, or false if the key code checked is out. I think that's basically if you're just holding it. Then it. Oh, that might actually put it in like a billion times. Let's just have a look at that. Nope, still not working. Oh, it took a number then. I think I just got lucky and managed to press it at the exact same time that it came up in the list. Yeah, see, because it's not taking the next one now. Okay, so something is massively going wrong with this code. I'm going to go back to pressed here. You should have held the key. Wrap the entire thing in an any key check and keep the old check. Yes. Put the enter code. Put keyboard any check. Put enter code inside keyboard any check. Give me a second. I'm just trying to process something. The any check will make the loop call once you press a key. Yeah. Yeah, it will. Press any key. So I press absolutely any key, then it'll actually do this search. Why did you not go down to that? Yep. Well, you're right. Yep. So then it should do this search now, hopefully. And that shouldn't be consistently going through it over and over again. So, wait. What am I waiting for? Oh no, because any key only works on bloody... No, it's the wrong kind of any key. Any key only does function, doesn't it? Yeah, it is. It's functions only. Oh, wrong one. I want that one. Well, what if you want to use arrow keys, or if you want to modify it so it's shift key? Well, the GameMaker has a series of VK, constant VK. It's going to use to replace ORD. See, they just need an ORD anything. Wait, they still have to have it still will have issues log. So do this: do any key, and then check the last key checked. Yeah, the problem is that so this any key only works with the function keys. And I have to have at least one argument, which is annoying. Right, so let's see if this works. So any key, check the last key pressed. What was the command for last key pressed? Oh, you're making me remember bloody things now. This character. Can I just have that side to say, hey, is it matched up to that? Instead of pressing a keyboard? So I think any key equals ORD that. Yeah, that should already be running that. Right, so let's see. So if I'm trying to convert what you're saying here into a text. So ORD translates into that. So if you do any key equals ORD, any key must equal ORD that. See, that's what I'm wondering. How? I'm not really seeing how to match what you're saying to this. Keyword string. What's this do? This will have a string containing the last most typed on the keyboard. Now, I don't want a string. That should just be the last key I pressed. So can I not just do... Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Oh, nope. Drop all these down a layer. Oh, god damn it. Don't want to delete from there. Can I not just go... If that equals... underscore a bracket I. Would that not just do it? Wait. Consonant is expected to be one of the following. Okay. God damn it. I don't know why it's expecting that. That surely should be... Nope. Alright, so let's go. Just go back. I tried something, it didn't work. It's all part of the learning curve, and we put it all back. Okay, anyway, because of that. All turns letters into this. So if you do any key equals that should work. If any key equals... Any key equals... Odd underscore... No, because that's not going to work for that. That would need to go here. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of that. Oh, wait. Did that not work because that was there? Oh, god damn it. That might have worked. It might have just been because that was in the way. Oh, no, because it was breaking. Yeah, that might have actually... I'm going to try what you're saying. I think I get what you're saying. I'm going to try that. I need to get rid of this, otherwise this isn't going to work. If I bring all this back in again. So if any key, if this, any key is equal to odd underscore a I. Maybe? Because it's too long. Seed. That still didn't work. Because it still wants the enter key. So that is the only problem I'm seeing, is I'm pretty sure the any key function, this bit here, only works with thingy. This is why I want to check this. So if I go back to this, if keyboard is it last key? These will refer to the key and the keyboard keys that was previous frame. Returns the key code. No, so it's not that. Last character is equal to underscore a I. Oh, I. That should check whatever the last key is I pressed and then just compare it to that. I know this is going to make it go mad because then once A's been pressed, it's just going to go over and over again. But we can always then erase. Actually, no, it works. It worked for the first one. It's not working after that. So I think, I'm wondering, because we've now had several pieces of script. Well, that actually went straight away. Is this ring a second time? Because that works. That took A immediately. But it didn't take it after that. I want to make a check here. Quick check. Quick debug check. Debug. Because this might be breaking on something other than what we're thinking. Back. New. Seed. Right. If I pause this temporarily and come down to my P's, all -1s. Oh, I need to press play. I don't know why that's still open. I don't need you anymore. Nope. Right, so if I press play, press A, pause it again. I want to check it. Check P again. Yep, just the first frame. Press play. I'm going to press B now. Didn't accept it here. Did it accept it here? No. See, so every time I've pressed the key now, it has successfully gone in the first time. So maybe it's the loop that's breaking. Yeah, S. So could it be... this plus plus. Can we look these? Is that actually increasing? No, damn it! I don't want play. I want, you know, something, because it's also annoying me, and we keep having to do it over and over again. Where is my full screen command? Full screen is. I know you're here somewhere. Full screen. There we go. 0. See if this works. It's in spam. Off my assholes. That should do it. It's too long. If keyboard. I don't know why it keeps bringing up spam. Spam should be turned off. Always shown. No, it's not shown. Why are you still moderating the chat? You should not be moderating it because I disabled you. Why? That's not why it's. Oh god, there we go. I don't know why it's filtering you out. Say it shouldn't be. It's turned off. Right, am I in debug mode? Yes. Right, I was seeing. So if I press F, it goes on. If I pause this, is this actually increasing? So that would be instances, seed maker, built. Oh, you're built-in. Right, built-in variable. Is there a built-in variable called start index? No. See, because it's not showing me that variable. So is that what's breaking? Is it not setting this? Because I'm not seeing it. See, because you're not coming up in the variables, and you're definitely not coming up in instances. And it should be here. It should be listed here. So I'm wondering if this is breaking, if this is not setting itself. Yeah, it's in the link if you got it. No, it didn't send the link either. I don't know why it's filtering. I don't know why it's heavily filtering you out. It just, I think the live chat just seems to hate you. Live chat. Yeah, it shouldn't be. Can't be a chunk to be. Nope, it's not bringing you up. I don't know why it's not bringing it up. I'm wondering if it's this, because like I said, I'm not seeing this here. But then again, I'm also not seeing that one. And we know that's working. So why is it not showing me these temporary variables so we can actually look at that? Right. So, easier way for me to do this. If I just go, boom, Remove this completely. It's not in the sub, it's in the seed maker. Create. If I just have it hard set the variable. Wait. Yeah. Now we can actually look at that and see, is that changing? Maybe module. Could do that. Add as a moderator. There we go. Save. New seed. Whoa, what's up? That did something. I think it was the variable. Because doing that just bloody entered that in like 19 times. Which is what we was expecting it to do if it worked. Yeah, it did. Right, so there was something wrong with the temporary variable. So why was the temporary variable breaking? There we go. You can bring it up now. Ah, see, now I can actually read things in bracketed form. I like this. This is better. What are you using? Placement. Right, let's bring it onto the screen so we can see what he's put. Right, so check any key. See, I'm not sure if that bit's going to work because this doesn't seem to like odds. But if a key is pressed, I can just confirm this. This one. I'm pretty sure that only does odds. Bloody thingies. Yeah. This is where it's going to be. As long as this is a thingy number. You've probably put that in a little bit down in your code. You have. Right, so if a key is pressed for I equals that. If I continue. Ooh. Right, I'm not going to read that off there. I'll read off the screen. Keyboard checks the current key press as of this frame, and any method checks last frame. But would check the letter behind. Equals -1. Yeah, I think that's pretty much just doing what I've got it to do there. The only difference is mine just goes nuts. I'm pretty sure there's a way to clear this. Oh, wrong page. This page is wrong. Oh, that's right. So GameMaker has this option to make array reference of value-based. By default, I believe it's value-based. I don't know how much you know about reference types versus value types. Keyboard last check character checks the last frame, then checks the current frame. Well, if it's only checking the last frame, it bloody checked it a lot, didn't it? Letters as they press the keyboard, store that variable, and then loops through the letters and sees if they match. Okay, we'll try yours in there then. This bit. So you need. Oh crap! I pressed Control C again. I don't know it. So Control C. I'm going to paste it over my piece and delete this bit at the bottom. You probably need that old variable back. Variable A. It doesn't like you need any other variables. Right, let's try your version compared to what I had. Seed. Nah, it's not accepting it. Yeah, I think it's this any key bit here. I'm pretty sure that's only allowing for like enter and stuff to be taken. Need to use the start index. All right, so that needs to start in. All right, so I need to move that back to variable. Wait, what? You return? No, it's not. It returns any key. Okay. Okay, I'll accept that. I'll accept that then. Okay. Oh, won't this also need starting index plus plus on it as well? So it goes to the next starting index? Because it's your code, I'll put that there as well. Right, so that's checking it. If I do, then it continues. So it continues the loop. Okay, fixed it. This should work. Aha. Okay, let's try this bit then. Let's try the new updated code. Essentially, you just did what I just did. Alright, let's try running this again then. Seed. Nope, still not taking keys. Oh, God. So how long's this stream been going now? The stream has been going... What's my timer? 3 hours. And we still haven't got the seed generation to work. Never mind, but he's starting to get the level generation. Okay, let's have a look on the console. Variables. There's somewhere in here to see what the last thing was pressed was. It's in this. Nope. I might need to actually have it report back. I don't know why it's highlighting that. Keyboard. It's not. So you'd think it would work, but it's not. Right. Try this one. Okay. I need Google backup. Not Google, I need you backup. Effects. Let's try this one. If keyboard V key pressed for variables I show debug of. Should debug of them. Okay, let's run that. Okay, so what did this just output? Well, entering main loop, 6545. Pause event has been registered for this frame. It's just giving me outputs. It's not showing. It's not showing the keyboard bit there. It's only showing it going through this loop. This loop seems to be getting really bloody high. Oh no, it is 65. 65 is the key I've pressed. That's why it's consistently coming in. 48, 65. That's going really bloody high. Why is it going up to 122? That should not be going that high. So 65 is the key I'm pressing. Why is it going to key 122? Unless it's counting all the commas and the quotations. Then it might be 122. Easiest way to find out. Notepad. Yeah, it's 149. Which would be 27 less than there's 27 commas, so it could be yeah, it could be checking all those. That's why it's going so high. So yeah, it is doing a loop. It is seeing it. That makes sense now. Makes sense to me anyway. Not pause menu, seed maker. So it is going through the loop. It is seeing the loop. It's seeing the key. It's getting stuck there. So it means it didn't see 65. Wait, it's gone all over the place. 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 55, 56, 57, 32, 97. What the hell? That is missing some massive chunks. Okay, let's try that. Oh, it's giving me, reckons I'm spamming now. 5D MTSM Smith. Okay, run that in the debugger. New seed. Press A. Right. Oh. Yeah, I don't like that line. Line 5. Show debug message. Shush you. Yeah, he didn't like that line in the slightest. What's different between that and that? Oh, I've deleted that code already. Okay. So why did it not like that? Oh, why is my chat? Oh, because I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm looking at Twitch there. So where's my chat just reset? Placement. So I'll clean it up in debugger 2. It's easy to read. Now if you put the keyboard at the start, log all the other letters convert to keys. It'll be easy for the debug to use the new code. Remember that the RTC codes. The string letters converted to keyboard codes. That's what OR does. Sorry, I don't know how to combine those strings. You can try making it a separate variable. Yeah, that's what we originally had. However, if we... Oops, stop. I don't want you up. If we go back... Trying to get bloody back to what I had it at. Back. Oh, wait. Was that it? Yeah, because when we had this text, the original one you wrote, this one, this worked. The only problem we had was this wasn't working. So if I equal to 0. So if we can do this, we can get rid of, I can force it. So keyboard if I can force it to press, and then we say what VK. I'm going to say VK left control. That should run your check, input the letter, and do what you wanted it originally to do. But then the last letter changes. Oh, wait, no, it's going to be the last character. Scheiße. All right, that's still not going to work. Is there a way we can delete the character? I'm sure there's a way you can delete this list. Oh, that's right. Ooh, automatically setting the index to 0 every start. Well. Wait, what? That'll be on the last one you wrote. Let me bring out that code again. Let's have a look, see what you got through. Did you put a reset on your thing in there, which I've missed? Alright, that doesn't want to load for some reason. Why are you not opening anymore? There we go. So we're trying to get like 2 lots of bloody this working. We were automatically setting index to 0 every start. Were we? I don't see that. I don't see that in that code. I have seen somewhere there's a way to do this. Keyboard. That's character. There is a way to reset this list. Oh, wait, we could just set it. Because that's a variable. Also, that should have been 2 equals. So if I say that, do that, it becomes equal to -1. Can't be setting that list now. Would that not work? Alright, I'll have a look at your code in a second to see if that your new idea works. Damn it, my code didn't work. It was close. Seed maker. I'm going to. Oh no! I'm going to // that and then / that, so I can come back to that one if this doesn't work again. You fix that. Wait, so this to try this code. It's the same as before, but I wanted to try if the other fixed. Oh, what? Hard set in the index rather than putting in the step. Okay. Let's try running that. This pretty much is what I was using anyway. Seed. Nah, it's still not accepting letters. So why is that one not accepting letters, but this one is? You can constantly expect it on the following. It's still not accepting the letters. Well, it's worth a try. I'm pretty sure there's a way to change what this is. Your code sees if the keyboard variable is greater than -1. See, that should have worked. That should have been -1. Or is it because I check every variable for I? If so, that looks at the last character, checks them all. If global index is the entry is -1, then it sets it and then moves on to the next letter. Oh, but that would still count as being in the same frame. So if I move that to there, then on that frame it should erase it. I need to bring my chat back up. It's the same as before, but I just wanted to He's making it very clear the code I have will not work. Yeah, it doesn't. That should have worked though. That bit there. Oh well. Let's try your code again. Every stage we are getting slightly closer to fixing that. What the hell is being screamed at downstairs? Okay, bring your code back up again. Boom, close that, Need you. Okay, so let's try you. Control C, Control V, debugger. And what are you trying to get me to? So that's why if you want to put a try for do a console log right before and when below when pressing key. Ugh, damn it. Damn. Right, I forgot to put console log in. Stop. Right, do a console log right below when pressing the key. So this one. Wait. It's log first, is it? Yeah. Wait. Yeah, show debug log. Then why is that not in full screen mode? Just shrink you down a bit so we can see that. Wait. No, that's not what I wanted. I forgot how to make things come up on console. God damn it. I literally just looked at it 2 seconds ago. Do the console log right below. If you want to make it very clear that the code you will not work. Hold on, I'm trying to fix the debug. Right, so he's trying to fix his code. I'm trying to fix my code. He's got another link. It's just a race to see who can get this code to work. Alright, so... Oh, it showed debug message. I was close. Alright, so let's see. Press any key. Key press this frame. Enters the string of the key that's been pressed for various others. String for what it should be trying to look for, and then run his piece of code. Okay. Debugger. New seed A. And it crashed. String not set before reading it. At line 15. What's line 15? Line is this. Well, it clearly is set. It's set literally right here. So what pad didn't set? It's just 100 on errors today. I think I fixed it. The code I had before didn't work because I didn't know how to convert stuff to a string. I think I fixed it, but you'll need to check and fix. String part isn't right. You need to set it right method. I don't know what it was. Right, so this string is wrong. I did use strings now. It's right, so if I plus God's sake. I forgot you bloody do string. Even though we've been doing it this morning. String. How do we set strings? Right, string and then the texture one. Okay. So this should, no, can't do it there. So this should be here. Yep, stop the game. And then it's plus this, I think. I think that's how it's done. Or was that how I had it before? Damn it. What have I missed? I think that's how you set up the string properly. It might be lowercase. Nope, what I did didn't work. Nah, it will be lowercase. Right, so let's try. There we go. So now it's gone to the thingy rather than variable. Let's try that again, shall we? Seed. And it broke again. Oh, because of the second. Remember to do both, folks. Right, that inputted, but it's still just coming out with the randomness. But at least now it's checking every key. Keys. Keys press this frame, 65. And then it's checking every key. 57. I like how it goes 57, 32, 97. I guess technically there it's going like across the keyboard. But it's not checking key 65. So why is it not checking key 65? Oh, crap. Stop. Debugger. What if it's just A? Right, because 1 worked. See, 1 is working. 2 works. A does not. So I think your code's working, but it's not working on certain letters. It's not checking every number for some reason. Because when we've checked, well, 65 didn't work, which is A. 65, 50. 50 is definitely working. So, is it potential? Did I mess up something here? No, it's there. Space works. 3, 4, 5. It's gone off the screen now. I'm going to have that move over. How did I have that generate? Seed maker. Draw. H alignment. I change that to center. We'll be able to see it a bit better. Right, so let's run through this and we'll figure out what keys are not working. Because we're starting to narrow this problem down. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. They all work. Ah. See, I'm starting to see a pattern now. So the number keys are working. The letters are not. Right, so your code is actually working. It's just not accepting letters. So I'm going to get rid of my code because that is bad code now. So why is this not searching for letters? 77. Yeah. It's not searching letters. You need to say, let's see, let me read what you're saying. The code I had before didn't work because I didn't know how to convert stuff to strings. Strings part right. So using a string, I think. String. That was correct. Why is the method to convert stuff to a string? No. You need to take my code and change string to string. Since I was wrong, it didn't know the syntax. Yep, I read that part. What keys are you pressing to test this? Okay, let me write a test for A. See, it wasn't just A. Like I say, it was literally all letters. So it was accepting numbers, but not letters. Why is it not accepting letters? Press A. Okay, so if we run... Oh, no, debug it. Oh, no, it should still come up in the console no matter what. So seed. If I press A, it broke. Variable I not set. What? Oh, yeah, you won't be able to have that bit there because it's before the I being actually set over here. So I'd have to do that, put that there, and then drop that down to that. That should run that. Seed A. Nope, that didn't work. Line 6. Which is still this line. See, I'm not thinking anything, to be honest. Right, so we're seeing that. I want to try something. I think your code works. I think, to be honest, it is actually something to do with my letters list. I'm sure I've read somewhere. So get rid of this little bit. I'm sure I've read somewhere when it goes through this keyboard check that lowercase and uppercase are presented different. So potentially, is it going through this cycle and looking for uppercase? Easiest way to test that, especially since it accepted the space. If I put an uppercase A in, that should look for it slightly differently. And I'm bringing up my YouTube chat again so I can see what's going on. Right. Seed A. It is. It doesn't like the lowercase. When it's accepting the keys in this, it's looking for an uppercase A rather than the lowercase. So your code wasn't wrong. Your code was perfectly fine. It's just the fundamentals of how this works. So here's my choices here then. I can either... Oh, wait. No, because I accepted an A there. When I did random seed, it was doing lowercase, was it not? Seed. Oh, damn it. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do... random. Yeah, because this was giving me lowercase. So, as we've established so far, we'll put this back to a lowercase a for now. Just convert to lower. Just convert to lower. String lower. In the odd. Convert it to lowercase. No, see, that's what I think the problem is. I think the... No, it's when we're putting it in. Right, so... Keyboard check. Odd. This bit here. Now, see, I still think what's happening is I reckon it's when we're pressing it in, it is putting it in as a lowercase. But when it's looking through the list, it's only seeing the list in uppercase. This debug lower uppercases. So I think your code is literally, it's doing its job. It's just a case of it's looking for a lowercase, but the array. Oh, you've missed a bracket somewhere. Where? Here. Yeah, it's looking for a lowercase, but it's only allowing for it to search for an uppercase. I think is what it's trying to do. Key press this frame, 65A. So what are you looking for? So I'm pressing that. So it's looking for key 65. Odd A. Yeah, see, it's trying to search for a capital A. It's looking for 65 and not 97. 97 is in the list. So why is the keyboard input only taking capitals? So we have to change. So we've got there. We figured it out. We have figured it out now. This input is only giving us uppercase. Why is it only giving us uppercase? If keyboard. Wait, did I actually accept the A when we told it lowercase only? No, it didn't. So we need this now to just accept it as lowercase. So we can starting index minus. He's looking for his. I'm trying to see if I can figure out what it is that's doing it at the same time. It's getting really cold in here now. So, 1 second. I'm going to shut this window. I hope you guys can all hear me. Well, my voice should be coming through. I've not actually checked that today, to be honest. But I'm guessing you can hear me because I'm having a conversation with you. Yeah, I just checked it. It's fine. So, keyword is not equal to all lowercase. Continue. So set into that. So why is it search? So it doesn't seem to like this line either. This function, you are forcing a string to contain only lowercase. Yeah, we are. We do want it to only contain lowercase characters. Which it does. It accepts that. It understands that. Why does it want to search the list for capitals? That's the question. This is only coming up in caps. So what's he going to try this time? Okay, so maybe I don't know how far back we looked. Just put a blah blah blah. It also prefers the lowercase when checking. It's caps. It's caps. The keyboard is inputting caps, so we can make any key work with. 1 sec. Yeah, I don't know why it's inputting caps when my caps lock's off. I mean, as we can see that. I mean. But yeah, I'm glad I remember seeing that at some point. I can't even remember what it was, but it's not about it looking for caps. So, why? I don't think it's the keyboard's putting in caps. Is it the keyboard putting in caps? Yeah, oh no, yeah, the keyboard's putting in caps. So why is the keyboard entry putting in caps? So I think if we undo, nope, that's me just running around. Let's put that. So if what is it? It's lower key here, is it not? So it's this. So if that wait, no. do we force that to go into... Oh, he's got it. Give this a try. Okay, let's see what he's put this time. Right, so if you keyboard press, blah, 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 blah. Still doing the log of checking that. Keyboard or string lower. Let's put this into full screen so I can see what's going on. Right, so if your keyboard is not equal to all lowercase. Yes, we do. Oh, there's been another bracket missed out. Close, close, close. Yep, that's correct. One missing here. Pretty quick at spotting them, was. That's expecting another bracket somewhere. That's perfect. Perfect. Because it needs an end bracket. There we go. Cool. Nope. Still not accepting it. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. It still won't accept it. Okay, how about this? Just real simple. What if... So we keep this bit like we had it. I'm missing a bracket. I need one more bracket there. Alright, so it continues. If we create a variable, just call it p. For now. P equals... Alright, so we need to do that. So if I just say p equals this piece of code, then that should just assign the letter that we want in lowercase. Surely? To p. No, because the reason it's stopping is because it can't get past that. All right. All right, that was close. I'm close. So what we want to do is we want to set this. So if I say that p equals keyboard press, then we can say here string lowercase p. Then continue. Surely that would work? Because then we're just forcing p into a lower situation? I've too much off. I can't see if you're talking again. There we go. Right, so let's go for the string, give it a try. Oops, remove the second lowest string. I just made a small error. You need to remove the second lowest string. No, that's so close. Alright, I'll look at that code in a second. Oh, God damn it. Still didn't take it. Alright, I pressed two keys there. See, because it's still taking A5. Right, it won't. Because keyboard key isn't a string. It's a key node. This is true. Let's just go back to the last one you sent me. Which is this. Oh, it's the one with the missing brackets. What is it? One with the missing brackets? Why did you correct the missing brackets? No, you corrected that. I think. I've got so many sets of codes now up on the screen. Okay, it really doesn't like this line. Right. You can't. Okay, so key code, yeah. So, how can we... Is there like a conversion rate? Like, 65 is 97 right there. So that's what, 22 difference? Miles off. I was just wondering, like, if there's a constant difference, like 22, can't we just minus 22 off or something? But knowing how bloody things work, it won't be. And I can't look at key codes. The UFE. It's not going to look at that either. Sorry, my text was off. Let's try another one. Yeah, that's correct. Run. We're going to get this to work. Nope, still not accepting it. Yep, still CNA is 65, not 97. Okay. I'm thinking we're overcomplicating this. What if? Well, to be honest, this would have been a lot easier if you didn't use actual letters, but key codes. Yes, it would. Okay. New plan. Ready for this? We know now it is searching for a capital letter. We need lowercase letters so it remains constant. Yeah, because I think all you've really logged is you've told it to log both of them and just tell you what it is. So what I'm thinking is we know it's looking for 65. It's looking for A, the A key. We could change the list to be all capitals. That way it will find the A key. But we could then, where it has this bit here, we could change that to just be lowercase, shall we? And just say, yeah, input the lowercase version of it. Would that not work? So, if I change this to capital A, which I know works because we've seen it works, seed maker, step, and then it is this one. Would that then just tell it, hey, find the capital letter, input the lowercase? Yes. Oh, Jesus. That was more complicated than it had to be. Because your key code is same. Yeah, it's because that's based on how you've wrote that. I believe. No, wrong one. Seed maker. Yeah, it's logging that because you've told it to. What did you put here? Key press. The string. Press a. Yeah, see, so you actually put that for it to put the code and then A key. It's the only reason that A is there. Yeah, A key. Mm-hmm. And then you've told it then to output what those two should have been. But that works. So that was not on your bad, mate. It's Game Maker. Game Maker's weird. But we figured it out. We figured a way to do this. It took us half a stream to get this to do this. More than half what I originally planned. I might stand a bit later now. Nope. I missed a comma in there as well, so the I key never would have worked. J. K. L. See, this is why it's great to work with other coders, because you've had ideas which got us going in the right direction. And then I just thought of something random, and hey, got us on track. So, team effort. So that means, as soon as I have finished typing in all these letters, we have to change another bit of code, very slight bit of code, which I know will work, because it's proven and tested, and it's worked 101 times. Z. We have to change... It's in the main menu. It is this one. We have to change this to draw. And I need to increase all these by 1, 5, 6. I'm going to look at those messages in a second, mate. I'm terrible at seeing, reading, and doing this at the same time. Right, I want to get your exact name. That is an I. I-E-L-I. I hope I spelled that right. Boom. So you should now display. Boom, you're on there. New seed. We should now be able to type. We can. And it enters us in as soon as we get in, and yep, that's just randomly what I typed. Sweet. So, seed generation works. Perfect. It's so much harder. Just needs string upper. What did you put? Will that do the same thing? I've already gone through and I've typed it all out now. I'm not retyping it. But yeah, that would work. It's like, either way, it's working now. And as we know as coders, once something works, we never touch it again. Anyway, so that's that working. And now we have to do the reverse this thing. We have to do the reverse of this now. So duplicate. So that is string to. Oh wait. Wait. No, I don't need to do that. Once again, very loud. Delete. I don't need to do that. I'll do it in the seat maker because this will be very simple. Before you go to the room, just do another 4. I'm going to go for I for once. I equals 0. I is less than array length of global dot p0. Doesn't matter which one I use here. And then I plus plus. And all I need you to do in this is global dot seed 0 I. Now needs. No, it doesn't. It needs to equal the number value. Damn it. I'm not sure why you chose to use an array to begin with. To use an int in the string. You make your seed from a long int and convert it to a string for users to see. When you need the seed, you just take the seed into the int. Now, the only reason I was trying to break it down into, well, originally variables and then to an array is because I'm a very basic programmer. I've never really programmed anything superly complex and wild. And essentially, all I'm going to be using it for is when a room spawns, like just look at entries 2 times 6 plus 1 minus 20, whatever. Just for it to come up with a number, and then for it from that calculation just to say, hey, this is what door you need to open. That way, it makes it easier for me to see it. And I realized this is not going to do what I want it to do because this is based on a number, not a, what do you call it? A letter. So it will need to be a reverse of this, I think. Right, what did this do again? Oh no, that just typed in that turned the string into thingy. What was the random code? Random seed, here it is. So that took it from its letter. All right, so all that needs to do is find it in the array and then pull its array point. Yeah. Right, so for I, so I'm still going to need to do this. So for every position of the P, it needs to look up and find array. Is it index find? No. Find index. Here we go. Right, so the array we're looking at, what we're looking for. So we are looking for global letters. Yeah, I can't talk now. We're looking in the global.letters, and we are looking for global.p0 I. And that needs to set global.s0 I to equal that. Why is it? No, I was expecting a string. With this function, you can find the index of the first element that returns true for the given document. I don't want to find index, do I? You're making your seeds from a long int. They type seed. Yeah, I read that bit. Yeah, say it's literally being put down to a dummy level for me. So. Yeah, you should be able to find that. Or am I looking at the wrong find thing in an array? It's not find index. Where is it? I'm sure it's find index. Underscore F. Checks if an array not just contains a value, but rather contains a value that satisfies the condition. No. To get the index of the array element to get from. What? I forgot how to search. This is where I need somebody just to say, yeah, use this. Get index. Let's get index. There we go. Right, so that should now set the SOs correctly, based on us randomly putting in our variable. I've missed something somewhere. What have I missed? I've missed a bracket there. No. No, I don't want to miss a bracket there. I missed a bracket there. Still missed a bracket. I just missed it from the wrong spot. So, I'm hoping if I type in I actually have enough space for a space there. It's still not doing that one properly. Because that is doing that. Problem you'll get is there is no space. It's an underscore. So every one of this array for that. Right, so I need to look for it in the array, and if it's not in the array, then go and put the... Wait. Was there a space in the array? Did I have it just display something different? Oh, Jesus Christ. This is starting to get above my head again. Well, that was correct. When it's random seed. That's fine. Seed maker. What have I done wrong? I think I've confused myself here somehow. Okay, what have I actually got on this list? No, I have got a space. Wait, I thought I had this... Did I not have this display underscores for when it did spaces? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I could have sworn I had this well, I don't know why I did that when I could just reload the game over and over again until it gives me a space. No, damn it. Twice. Random. 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 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So there's a space at the end there. I want it mid. Yeah, alright, so the spaces do work on that. Okay, so I thought I'd change that to an underscore. Also, when I did that, I noticed something and I forgot what it was. Yeah, right. Okay, yep, I need to do that as well. So that's something that needs to happen because that is going to break the game. Pause menu. Create. With instance critical. It creates these buttons. Here we go. Step. The bit that sets the game up. How much of it does it actually take? It is from new track, select pattern. It's basically all the variables. But there's probably an easier way to do this as well, but it doesn't need to take that though. It just needs to take these bits. So I'm glad I ran into you though. You've majorly helped me out here. Take this bit and V. Wait. No, there's something slightly different there. This bit only. And then I want to up all these to be in line with that. And I want to get rid of this line here. You know, it'd have probably been, you know, rather than messing around, just to make sure that I don't beggar this up. Because I probably have. There's probably something else different in this line which I've forgotten about. So I should put that back to how it was. And we'll just copy the little bit we just changed. It's far easier than just copy and pasting all of it. So, why I complicate things? Why do I do this to myself? Why do I hate myself so much? That should fix that problem. Follow you on Twitter. Do you have a Discord or anything? Currently, no. I used to have a Discord, but we stopped using it because it was more associated with my old stuff back when I used to have a partner for all this. And yeah, we barely talk. Right, that fixed that, yep. Right, so the only thing now that I need to get working on that is the backspace, which shouldn't be too hard. I forgot where all this is now. String to array, random seed. It's in. I'm going to actually put you in the setup files. Right, so this is set up now to type in any letter based on us putting letters in. Now we can do the exact same thing again. If keyboard check is specifically the backspace, then what it needs to do is needs to take this back one and then needs to set this to this. Needs to set. So that should just work. That should fix it. But yeah, I am hoping at some point to set up a new Discord so I can share things. Yeah, see, that works. Unless we go over. Damn it. Okay, we need to put in a check for that. That's quite simple, actually. And because that's trying to go back further that. Initially. And stat index is not equal to 0. Then you can do it. If it's equal to 0, then it should stop it. Let's press back. Doesn't work. Press A. Yep. Cool. That now works. That is now a fully functioning thing. Yeah, maybe I'll set up a Discord soon. A new Discord. Get some channels so I can get some stuff to do with programming, all the other gaming stuff I do. Votes. It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Yeah, just say, keep your eyes out. Say, usually I announce everything on Twitter, Discord, or, well, not Discord, sorry. Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, etc., 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 whenever I'm doing stuff. So, say, just, it'll be on my Twitter at some point. I'll probably post a Discord link so I can actually start doing Discord again. That is a working seed generator. That works for what I have planned. And my keyboard is really greasy now. Greasy fingers. Alright, so that's that. How long does this stream? Oh, something crashed again. So I'm very, very cautious of things crashing because I know YouTube's done it to me in the past when I've been recording. No, it's still going. Yeah, YouTube's done it to me in the past when I've been doing live streams where when you get roughly to about 8 hours, it randomly decides that it doesn't want to keep going anymore, which is a nightmare. Right, so that's that fixed. Now we need to start looking at our dungeon stuff. Now this is going to be hard. I need to grab my notepad here. In a second. Draw for them. My notepad should be in my smock. It is. Along with my arrival signature sheet and some other work-related stuff. Because whilst I've been sat around at work with nothing to do, I've actually been looking at my coding. Is that the only page? That is the only page I did. Cool. So this has some ideas on how I can get this to do what I want it to do. Though admittedly, a lot of this is going to get scrapped. As good as this code is, and it bloody works, I want to move you straight away into an actual script, which I'm going to call room gen. Because you are about to get a lot more complicated. Right. I hope... Oh, this might actually break it. This might actually break it if I do that. Because there's a lot of stuff coming into this. Right, I'm going to just hold it there as a temporary thing. Yeah, this is going to get a lot more complicated. When we just input in that. Because it's going to need all these variables putting in. See, this is why we should have done this at the start. If I'd have done the code for the CGen at the start, then this would be a lot easier to code. But then again, I did do the original coding and writing of this game in a 24-hour rush. So if I'd have spent, how long now? What, 4 hours? I think it's 4 hours we're on. 4 hours trying to get that seed things to work with, especially since I wouldn't have had you to help me, then I would not have got this to work. The game would have been dead. I'm just happy that worked. But I need this to start now generating based off the seed, and I need it to start generating off what floor and room number we're on. Anyway, I can delete all this now because I've got it saved elsewhere. Right, and I'm going to start pulling out little bits as I need it. And actually, I'm going to rename this. Rename. Actually, Control A, Control C. Create notes. Notes. Old room generator. Because then if something goes wrong, I can paste that in. And I want to basically keep all this in and working. Because that is how that's going to now work. Cool. Now, this is where we're going to start making a Frankenstein. We are going to be making a Frankenstein trying to get this to work. Actually, where'd that note just go? Where'd my note go? Rename. I'm actually going to change that to room gen old. So it's next to it. So I've got quicker referencing. Room controller. Step. Right, and you need to just run the room gen function based off your variables. Okay. That's my relentless. Dang. Okay, so let's start sifting through this code and working out what does and doesn't need to stay. Right. First off, this definitely needs to stay. Because this is always going to be happening. For one, why is that not at the top? Function. Do that. Right, so if the O player doesn't exist, then it needs to start doing all this. So that, namely, it needs to generate the O player, generate the shop in the room that it's choosing. Right. So what inspired this game about? Well, it was just me and my housemate. We were sat together one day, and I was talking about potentially making a game. What was it we were talking? I can't remember what the conversation started about. Because I knew there was a coding jam coming up. Well, on GML's coding jam that had the cleaning as a theme. That took a little bit towards me. But it was mostly me just talking to my housemate and, trying to make a game from, like, the perspective of less of the adventuring party and coming in from the other side of things and being the monsters. Initially, it was going to be you're the boss and then you start expanding, adding traps, adding monsters down your dungeon to make it harder for adventurers to come in. And then every round, you're trying to make it defendable that the adventurers can't get to you, but rewarding enough that the adventurers want to come. And then we realized, oh wait, that's already a game. So that got put aside, and it was like, well, what about if you weren't so much the boss, but you were just one of the minions within it? And then it became, well, what happens if the dungeon isn't actually this big bad thing altogether? It's, the boss is actually trying to run a business, but they're monsters, so adventurers just keep trashing it. And it slowly escalated. Yeah, so it was like Dungeon Keeper originally. Like I say, we were trying to build a defendable thing, and then one thing just led to another, and before you knew it, it was just this massive array of destruction. It was pretty funny. Right, I've got to try and figure out how I can make this work. If I don't know how I'm actually going to make this work, to be honest. How am I going to make this work? See, this is why I hate making changes, because as soon as you start trying to make these little changes, it breaks so much. So I can see me assume putting that back to how it was. Well, I can, because I've got the code still. But, and that's been the big but. You need to run this script. Yeah, let's see. The very first one, it wasn't even a studio when I first started. My first game I ever programmed, so in my 7th year, or 13. So, actually, yeah, I've been 13. So that would have been 2004. So the very first time I started trying to put together games was 20 years ago. And it was back before it when it was just known as Game Maker. It was like Game Maker 1.0 or something. And the only games I made Pac-Man, I made Tetris, Breakout, because, well, Breakout was the very first game because that was the easiest thing for me to figure out. And the next one I made was just this game where you're a little car. You can spin around 360, drive forward, backwards, and you're just trying to dodge missiles. And every now and again, it would spawn extra missiles, trees, and other things to just get in your way. And you were just trying to survive for as long as possible, and you got scored based on how long you stayed alive. A lot of kids actually enjoy playing that one. So I used to have a fight with our computer techs, install Game Maker and emulators on the school computers, and they used to hate me for it. Yeah, that's roughly when I was. So I was 13, so it was 2004. Yeah, 2003, 2004, maybe 2005. So it was a long time ago. So I did it for a while. Well, I must have been programming for 2, maybe 3 years. I think it would have been. Because the very last thing I programmed was when the geography teacher became our computer teacher and was doing business communications because the school was shutting down. That was my 11th year, so that was 5 years later, 4 years later. So, yeah, it'd been about 2007, 2008, I stopped programming. And with Fast Track, I joined the army 2016. Moved over to the Signals 2017. We did HTML. I'm not going to count that as programming. In 2017 in phase 1. or our basic for non-English viewers. Then I only really started programming again like 2-3 years ago. Yeah, yeah, because I started programming when I was in the Falklands, and that was 2000. That was 2021 to 22. So yeah, 3 years ago I started programming again when I started rewriting in GameMaker Studio. I kind of say it's, I think, like a programmer. It's how the military taught me to think, to look at it as a giant puzzle and work out, well, if this is doing this, why is it doing this? What can we look at, and look at every single possibility until we figure out what it is. So the army has majorly twisted me, warped me to a point where half the time I don't even recognize myself anymore. Sometimes I hate it, sometimes I love it. Yeah, it was the Falklands. The Falklands is where I started programming. Was it just before the Falklands? It was just before I went to the Falklands, or whilst I was in the Falklands, because we had another lad I worked with who just promoted up to us, and he was making a game. He used to get us to play test it quite a lot. It kind of looked like RuneScape. It's become this weird and wonderful thing now, where it's like it kind of plays like Dawn of War 2. You know, the overhead, you point and click and tell your adventurer where to go and who to recruit, and NPCs will follow you around and they have their own program and stuff. And say that thing is massive. He's got some like 13,000 lines of code to get this thing to work. It looks beautiful. Oh no! Say the army wants us to think, because the amount of times where if you're not thinking, like if you've got a problem with our server goes down, if we don't think about it and we just do what the manual says, you're never going to get anywhere, because the manual does not cover everything. Yeah, so did I. My dad used to play more of it than I did. Jealous. Very jealous of him. Yeah, so it was him programming that got me back into it again. Yeah, so if it wasn't for Toby, I definitely wouldn't have picked up on this again. And then it was, what was the first game I tried programming? Actually, no. It was before I got to the Falklands. Yeah, before I got to the Falklands, because the very first thing I picked up was it's about solving smaller problems. I mean, if I was infantry, it's don't think, it's just do. Signals you have to think. Yeah, the very first thing I picked up was actually that RPG Maker, because I was making the stereotypical RPG with Badshot. Yeah, that was the first one we programmed. It was RPG Maker that we started programming the stereotypical RPG. I got so far through that and then stopped because I was bored of map making. Because it's all those ones where you start designing like a town, you figure out, oh, I want the little building here, I want this little building here, I want the church here. I'm not filming the music video for Stereotypical RPG. I refuse. Though I still need to do the video you want me to do. I'll do that probably tomorrow. Yeah, I got bored of map making. So it was that case of, oh, you're building your town, and it's just like, oh, well, I've got all the basics I need. Do I just fill in the rest of the town with empty houses, or a house that you walk in, it's just got an NPC stood there? Oh, how are you today? Oh, what are you doing in my house? And then convert the houses as when I need them? Or do I just leave them as blank spaces, and when I come back later for a quest, then put the new house in, or the new ruin, or whatnot? And then it got to a point of this is becoming very repetitive. Of the towns are pretty much the same. It's the same shop over and over again. It's the same house over and over again. Yeah, Badshot is my housemate when I go home. He lives on my sofa pretty much rent free. For now. just whilst we're all sorting ourselves out. But yeah, so I'm working it. There will be a Discord. I'll probably work on that tomorrow. So yeah, and then from that, I got bored because it was the same thing. It's repetitive. It's you build a new town. Oh, I need to put the church in so you get a blessing. I need to put a shop in. Oh, I need to put this in. I can't really come up with new designs based on what it is. And then I got bored. So I stopped working on that. Then I started working on. That was Furry Planet I started working on next, where you were meant to recruit furries to help you build a village. That flopped because my coding was terrible and I couldn't get it to work. It was the chat boxes. It kept trying to set variables it wasn't meant to set, and I gave up on it, binned the idea. Terrible idea, shouldn't have gone for it. Then I started working on the Cat Cafe. That one I got so far and then gave up because I was getting up to a point where I needed to program a very specific function. It was the active staff deciding who had to come in, when they had to leave, when they had to do certain things. I spelled that very wrong. And I couldn't figure out how to do it. So I put it on the back burner, walked away from it. I figured out how to do it eventually, but by that point, I just couldn't be bothered to go back. Oh, so yeah, surviving the crash planet and trying to build your village, it was out there. And then essentially the idea is that you have a giant map, you have nothing, and then as you explore out, like different sections of the map would have a specific character, like you'd find the fox or the wolf or the rabbit. And based on who you have in your village, depends on who you can recruit, or if you've got very specific items in your village, or if you've got so much that you can win a fight, then more of them would join you until eventually you were saved. And obviously, the more people you have in your village, the more jobs could get done. So you could have, like, the rabbit could go do the farming for you. So it would save you having to do farming in your day cycle. So you could get more tasks done, and it would give you a better chance to survive until rescue would arrive. They said, and after that, then there came the Cat Cafe. I struggled with the listing. I fixed the listing on paper, but then couldn't be asked to implement it. And then I started working on this for a coding jam, and this is it. This is the one. I've got an active game. It's live. If I can get it up on my chat log, I'll actually just type it straight into here for anybody to be able to see. So if you go to itch.io / is it Raven? I think it's Raven Falls. I've got it on my itch.io. Let's bring it back up. My dashboard. How do I go to it? There we go. It's this. Oh, I got it the wrong way around. So if at any point somebody wants to go to that link, it should come up any second now for you guys. Go to that page. You can get this game for free. It is the 1.2 edition at the minute, so admittedly the 1.2 does work, but it doesn't have this the bits we worked on today. Tonight, once we've done what we're doing, I will be releasing the 1.3 version, and then we're good to go. Sounds like you have hilarious great ideas. So great ideas for everyone, especially chapter that was one. one. Well, I'm expecting to see your progress. Hopefully, I can help. Yeah, sure. Say, it's disappeared from the top of the screen. It should. There should be a message at the top of. Oh, didn't want that to go onto that page. Why are you not displaying? Oh, I see. Because I have it cut off so that you don't have to put up with the top bar. Drop it down just a little bit. No wonder nobody's been bloody responding to that. Like you can see the top of my cupboard. Oh. If I drop that down. Oh, no, not that. If I drop that down to there. Now everyone should be able to read that. If you've got suggestions, make them. I will usually put them into my folder of suggestions based on who's suggesting them. So my thing, C Generation. we have now. Tick off. Different bloods, new adventurers, screen resolutions, cheats, levels, working on that next. Yeah. Possibly get outside. That basically he just means end of dungeon. No one on the grid array. Yeah, I still need to implement that. That will come. Oh, and you also suggested remove grid movement. I think I figured out how I'm going to get that to work. That is coming. No, he just wishes he was a sergeant. No, I haven't put that down far enough yet. How much further I need to put that bloody message down? You know what? You can go there. Yeah, he couldn't join the army. So there's another guy I work with as well, Captain Mojo, also not in the military. However, Badshot's brother was. He was an engineer, if I remember correctly. Right then, so back to actually programming stuff. Right, so script. No, not that. Right, so essentially what I need this to do now is I need this to change how this works. So if I say ID has to be the first argument. Underscore ID. Right, if the player doesn't exist, right, if underscore ID is equal to the starter, then it's to generate the player, generate a shop, and it needs, this is where the problem's going to start occurring. I can't do this as a script because this is going to cause problems. Okay, it was worth trying to do it as a script, but I know this is going to cause problems if I do, so I'm just going to put this back and we'll just have to have a very complicated, massive object of 1,000 different bloody lines. Why did I just do that? I didn't want to do that. Actually, before I delete that, let's actually put this back. It's not like it's going to matter because the ideas I wrote down here, this little piece of paper, double-sided, works on this anyway. That must be said. Did you actually refuse? I think here you mainly just need to pass the fitness and urine. There are some mental health things also prevent you. What would you say? Huh. I really want to join the Air Force as an engineer or a programmer for the Air Force. Still debating. Look, I'm gonna say this straight away. If you've got something you know you enjoy, like say you like coding, if you can join the military, do it. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's hard. It is hard. There's weird and wonderful things. It's tough, especially with how I went through this, because I started out infantry, screwed myself over with my own machine gun, and then had to go into the signals. But if you can find something you love, and you can do it in the army, do it. Because then you're going to be learning what you love, you will improve on what you love, and you're going to get paid for it. And admittedly, as much as I will slag the army off and I say I hate it, and every Sunday I don't want to go back into work, I've enjoyed my time in the military. I've enjoyed this a lot more than when I used to be a chef. I get a lot more free time. The pay is not too bad. I've got this room I'm living in right now. I think this room costs me £60 a month. So dollars, that's about $92 if my conversion's correct. So it's cheap for me to live in. Food is pretty cheap, or in sometimes it's free, depending on the situation. So I've got next to no outgoings to live here, which means I can put money away, which has allowed for us to get things like buy my car, sort my house out. Admittedly, the army actually paid the deposit for the house. So I can't complain. It's sorted my life out. I've learned so much, met so many people, been to places I never would have seen just for the fact of I decided I want to serve. And, if you can get into a role like me where you're not going to be on the front lines, even better. I mean, for me, if I went RADOP, there's a chance I could be deployed with the infantry. So stayed away from operator jobs. I went tech. So that way I'll always be in a workshop. But yeah, you can always do it. Bad motion sickness. Yeah, I was advised to make sure I tell the promoters exactly the type of job I want. Yeah, always tell them what you want. And more often than not, you'll find that your recruiters will turn around and they'll be like, they'll recommend and they'll push either their own trade because it's what they know and they can talk about and advise like me. I will promote the signals because I know the signals. But if you've got something you want to go for, tell me you want to go for that. And they'll probably say, oh, yeah, they're not really recruiting. They are. They're always recruiting for it because, America specifically, because they're massive, they are going to need people to fill these roles. They will expand on these roles because they need it. UK side, for like the UK viewers, if you go into the recruiting office and say, you want to do a job, they will not turn you away. They will let you go for the selection because we are massively on demand. And we desperately need it. But yeah, go for it. I say it's tough and there's some risks. And like for me, I'm not fit. I mean, you can see it when I stand up. I mean, I'm not exactly skinny. But, they will work on me. I've been broken. I've been fixed. I'm losing weight. I mean, I'm under 100 kilos now. In pounds is 220. Yeah, 2.2 to a kilo. So, yeah, you can do it. You can always go for it. It's just, with the UK Army, they're like the only job I've ever known where they can break where they can break like specific like laws, like they can be racist, they can be sexist, and that based on the role. So things like, well, actually, it's becoming less and less now. I mean, women are allowed in our infantry a lot more now, but there are still certain roles where you can't join if you're a certain thing. Like for me in the signals, for instance, I can't be a Ridgeback driver because I'm too tall. I'm 5'11", I'm too tall. Well, my upper body is too long, so to say. So if I was driving along, there's like an inch between me and the roof. So if I hit a bump, I'm going to hit my head every time. So they can say no based on certain things. Or like Captain Mojo, he has a disability that won't allow him. They can refuse people like Bad Shot because of his hearing. If you're missing a limb, they can turn you away, whereas most jobs can't. Because they need you to be fit. They need you to be able to do the role. Otherwise, you're stuck in waiting, doing nothing in the barracks. Obviously, don't tell me anything you can't, but how often would you say you work internationally? Do you work with US, Canada soldiers? Okay, yeah, I can go into some details for this. Say it was a couple of years ago, I went to the Falkland Islands, just off Argentina. Back in my old unit, we used to go to Belgium every year for it was 6 weeks to 3 months. So I've been to Northern Ireland. We did an exercise 6 months ago where we went to Norway for 3 months. There was Cabrit. That was 2022, where we did there was 2 tours available, the summer and the winter tour, where we deployed to either Poland, Lithuania, and Estonia for 6 months. All last year, we were doing exercises here in the UK where we had Italian, German, American, French, and Turkish officers working with us. We were providing communications for them, setting up their stuff. How do you like the islands? The Falkland Islands was great. I got there in the summer, so it was really hot. It was windy, so when the lake opposite the building I worked in dried out, it blew all the sand into our area. The infantry had to dig the road out. It was pretty funny. Belgium, that was great. Belgium is really cheap to live in. I'm trying to think my conversion rates here. Like, you could buy a crate of 24 beers, Belgian beer. It was what? It was €20, so that would be 14 £14 roughly then. So that would therefore equal about $21, $22. But when you finished, if you put all the bottles back in the crate, you took the crate back to the shop, they gave you half the value back for recycling. So yeah, your next crate was half off. So near enough every night we were just drunk. We were all in the break room. We was using the bottle caps to play poker. It was really fun. The lads just didn't like the ferry ride out because they didn't like the rocking motion of the ferry, whereas it rocked me to sleep because I've been on boats a lot. Northern Ireland, where I actually learned to do powerboating, it was quite fun. But yeah, this year I'm looking at going back to the Falkland Islands, and I've been told that if they can't get me on that tour, that yeah, exactly, it's like a dollar a beer, and then if you take your bottle back, it's 50 cents. It's really cheap. It was great. So then, yeah, I've been told if I can't get to the Falklands this November, but I managed to get through the promotion course I have to do, that they'll just put me down for all the trawls that come available, and they'll get me on the first one available. So that's me going to Northern Canada. I'm trying to think where they all are now. Afghanistan, Iraq, Estonia, Poland, Australia. There's somewhere else in Africa. Kenya's on the list. There's somewhere in Africa. I can't remember what. Oh, what was the one that Pickers went on? Pickers went to Sudan. That was on the list. So, say the first one that comes available, they're just going to put me on it, and that'll be me going overseas for 6 months. And then I'll come back, I'll spend like 3-4 months here, and I'll probably go on another one. Oh yeah, I'll say loads of travelling. Say, just doing the Falklands took me 18 hours to get there. I'm supposed to be programming. I'm not programming. We've got Talking Army. Oh, well, the Navy, they've got it better than the other forces, just because they're consistently out. I mean, even our Navy, they're just always on the ships and they're always out. So we've got this little thing called LSA, where essentially every day you're away from your own bed, they give you an extra allowance towards your wage. And as you spend more days away, it goes up. So like as level 1, you only get like £8, $12 every day you're away. Once you've been away 280 days, you go to level 2, it goes up to £11, which is roughly $16, $17 a day. Then another 180 days after that, it goes up another level. 180 days, it goes up another level, and slowly you clock up. So with most army veterans, like my staffy and such, my staff sergeant, he's got level 5. I'm on level 3. Whereas when I went to the Falklands, we were speaking to an RAF lad, a Navy lad there. He's on level 9, which means he's been away from his bed for something like equivalent of 4 years. And I've just done over a year and a half. No, it must have been more than that. It's level 9, so that would be 8 times 180 plus 280. I can't type now. 1375. There we go. Calculator. So 8 times 180 plus 280. Why is my phone being weird? 8 times 180 plus on 280 for your first level. Divide by 365. So yeah, he's been away for nearly 5 years straight. Oh. Two of my friends in the military were just stuck sitting around doing nothing for almost their entire career. Admittedly, for the first chunk of my career, I'd say my first 4 years, I did nothing. I mean, there was exercises around the UK, but I did literally nothing. Yeah, because it was infantry, storeman. Moved over to the signals. That's my first 2 years. Then I missed out on the first Norway. That was 214. Did ES troop, yeah. Then I moved over to 219. My first year I did Reacher. I only did Topcliffe. So 4 years I did nothing. My 5th year, that was when I became the commander. I went over to Belgium. Well, unless you count the Northern Ireland stretch, but that was only a couple of weeks. Yeah, so I've been away quite a bit now. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I don't mind. Say, if I can inspire somebody to move into the military, I say go for it. So it's an argument I've had a few times with people where I've had it on both Facebook, which sad, but I've also mentioned it to somebody before in person, where they're sat there going on about how hard it is to live now, or they're struggling with like eating. I know who it was. I'm trying to think his name. It's a homeless guy lad. He's only like 25, 26. His parents kicked him out of his house because he was struggling to find work, and he just argued to me, "You can't find a job. No work out there." So he's got no money. He's got nowhere to live. Blah 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 blah. So my immediate response to him was, "Why don't you join the army? We're desperate for people. We will pay you. We'll give you housing. We'll put a roof over your head. You can go away, do all these amazing things." And his response to it was, "Oh no, being in the army is shit." So it's a job you just turned down because you don't want to do it, essentially. You know, and then you see a lot of them where people are going about, "Oh yeah, it's impossible now to afford a house." So join the military. Say, I'm on. I was when I bought my house. I was on 33,000 a year. So American dollars, about half. So about 46, 47 grand a year dollars for being in the forces. My average working week is 22 hours. That includes me doing all of my PT sessions, my phys, eating, and just moving back and forth. To his parents. There's a vet charity that I'll get. Yeah, see? So there's vet charities. So yeah, so I'm on like, in dollars wise, I'd say $45,000. The army gave me my deposit for my house. Half my yearly wage as a deposit just for me to get my own house, and I pay them back. I have to pay it back over 5 years with no interest on it. So I've got a job, I've got a house, and it paid for my car. So if I can do that, anyone can do that. It's not like I chose like the hardest, the easiest role in the world. It's a mid-tier role. I'm a tier 2 friggin' role, as we're called. We're a tier 2 because there is the strenuous sides and there is the easy sides. Fitness-wise, we need to have the equivalent of just under an infant tier, but we're not like the easiest off. You know, like if you go as a clerk, your fitness requirements are even less. Like we have to do a 4 kilometer tab carrying 35 kilo. They only have to do 2 kilometers, and I think theirs is actually set at 30 kilos. And then when it comes to some of like the weights and stuff that they have to lift for the fitness test, they're reduced weights. So they've got it easier than we've got it. I actually think they're a higher tier than us on the pay wage because it's a technical role. I'm out relentless. Sad days. Exactly. So if he'd have chosen a military life, he wouldn't be homeless. You know, all these people that want to complain about not being able to afford a house, join the army. Don't go for this shitty, like chain fast food restaurant job or strip mall or whatever you want to call it. You know, the lowest like teenager jobs where if you walked out of there, that's it, they've replaced you because there's 1,000 other teenagers that want that job. You're never going to afford it. Go into a job where you're actually valued because you've got skills that they can't just replace. It's going to take them time to train somebody up to do your job. They will pay you a decent wage. They will get you a house. And I've argued this for years and nobody ever listens to me. Alright, so on to this. Alright, so starting room. If player doesn't exist, check this starting room. Okay, activated. Alright, so I set something in here. where the global room has to be set based on. This is why I actually want to do this as a script, but I can't. All right, so the current room has to increase based on it being activated. So the first room, which would be this room, needs to be this. Yeah, because they're all dead end. Exactly, a dead end job is not going to do well. And the military gives you so much. I mean, like the biggest one I can highlight for me is after years of working on Reacher, CCT 120, AP 100, Snapper Mantis, Starlink now, because that's come over to our side. I'm qualified as a SATCOMs engineer. Airbus, big company Airbus, has emailed me before offering me a job. At a starting wage of 68,000, well, no, the end offer was 68,000. Which, you know, convert that to American money, it's about plus 50%, so add 32 onto that, so that's 90, 102,000 to go work SATCOMs. Not bad. So I learned in the army. Yeah, exactly. So just you go for the thing that you want to do in your life. You know, you work on it. First couple of years, get a car, get it paid off. Next couple of years, save for a house, get that paid off. At the end of my career, my house should be paid off. I hope. So, right, this is the code that needs to change. I think it's here. Yeah. This needs to change. If this changes, if global dot current room is less than global dot max room, I think I've got to save that. It is, yes. So if it's less than that, do this line of code. Oh, no, because I've got that in the notes. Do that line of code. Else, I need you to run a new line of code. This needs to be for the end room, so when it finally gets above it. That's pretty successful indeed. Yeah, see, indie devs, that's not too bad. Oh, you're working on a project you enjoy and find fun. Alright, so if you're in the final room, my idea is... Wait, no, it's not going there. No, it's not going there. I've done that wrong. I put that in the wrong spot. Get rid of both of them. Don't need them. Don't need that line. I'm going to drop all of that back down. Actually, I'm going to put space there. You shouldn't be going that far down now. You should be going to there. 4. Go through the sealed door list. Find them in the subject list. Right, boom. Remove these doors as sealed and can't be used. This is good. That's what I want to hear. Say, good times. Right, so why need changes in here? Go through the... Right, because essentially what this is doing, as we can see from the code, it starts up the choosing list. It goes through its available doors that have already been open to it, and it deletes them from the chosen list. If it's walls on the outside of the map, the very edges of my grid, shut them. Right. If... Right, this is where I'm going to put it. Global dot current room is now equal to global dot max room. Run this line of code. Okay. So this is the line where I need it to say, hey, this is the very last room. Sometimes it is a breeze, and other times, well... Yeah, I know, it's a nightmare. I fully understand it. Right, so essentially, if we get to this list, I need it to seal the other doors. Right. So it should have sealed a wall there. If not, then it's got one opening. How do I get it to choose the other doors which are not on this list? Right, so what I need it to do is go... Doors becomes equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. So all of them become doors again. They all seal. And then I want you to remove whichever ones is in the opening. How did I do that? Get index chooser for the opening. And then delete that entry. Okay. So I'm just going to steal this. Wait. I need to steal this entire piece of code here. Okay. I also have to choose a variable. All right, it doesn't need that. Variable this. Cool. This should... Oh, I need a curly bracket there. Wait, it didn't select the entire thing. It didn't choose... Did I not copy the entire thing? Should have copied this. I'm going to take the notes as well. Getting back to my programming. Right, so if this is on the arts room, max out the doors. I want you to go through the opening list and choose every opening. For this array, go through the doors list and find whatever the opening is, any openings. And then I want you to delete the openings from the door list. Right, so if it gets to the last room, it basically wants to shut all the doors, but keep open anything that should be permanently open. Then it gets to the arrays, go through this. They go through the doors array. Yeah, it goes through the doors array and removes from the chooser, it removes all of the doors. Right, I hope this doesn't break my code. And then it should seal itself after that, I think. I think this is how this works. Let us test this setup. The maximum room I want to have is 2. Run. So if I've done this correctly now, should have just gone random. I should swap those 2 points around. No, it didn't work. Why didn't that work? How did that break everything? How did that bit of code just break the entire thing? If the player doesn't exist, it should generate the player. Let me take that back out again, temporarily. Make sure that something else didn't break and I haven't broken something without realizing. I've broken something without realizing. What have I broken? Oh, crap. It's still trying to run this. It would have been nice if it had told me it was trying to run that. For God's sake. That fixed that. And that needs to go back there. Okay, that should have fixed what I just did because I added that function and didn't mean to. So this room is good. As you can see, this is still janky. I will get this as a smooth movement for him eventually, Carl. Don't worry. This room should be fully sealed. It is. Good, right. So it can now distinguish when it needs to seal rooms. Okay. Okay, so we can now set it to have a maximum length of the room based on whatever input I put into it. So that will come from the code generation. I also need to change the randomness of these doors based on, the variable, what do you call it, the seed. So how am I going to do this? Say, I need to come up with some, I'm going to run out of time for this. I need to come up with a way. Yeah, because I've only got an hour left. I was only planning a 6-hour stream. We might go a bit over because of how long it took us to get the seed working. Right, so essentially, I want to start getting rid of some of this randomized stuff. So that uses the edges. That's fine. That's fine. See, this is where we start getting random. So I no longer want it to just randomly choose. I want it to base it off the code. So that way, if certain variables a certain way, it goes the same way every bloody time. But it needs to not just be the seed. It needs to be a combination of the seed, the S array, the S0 array, the room ID, potentially the current room, and max room, maybe? Ugh, I'm going to have to go to the toilet in a second. Right, I'm going to take my second here to go to the toilet. As soon as I get back, we're going to start figuring out some calculations for this. So I shall be right back. Mic back on. Sweet. Say, I think this is probably my favourite thing about this current barracks. Ever since I got out of training, I've always had my own room. In training, obviously, you got shared accommodation. There were 10 of you to a room. You share facilities. You share bloody common rooms, all that. My last place I went to, I got my own room with my own sink. So it was actually bigger than this room, but it was decent. Well, still shared kitchen. If when we do our own personal kitchen instead of going to the mess. We had shared washers and dryers. and a shared like ablutions, which is like showers, toilets, etc. Come to this one. That door right there. That is my own bathroom. You can't really see it as well, but if I turn that other door there, that's a cupboard. I have my own walking cupboard, as well as my lockers behind me. This room's great. I love this place. It's definitely the best room I've been in. So actually, no. When I was in the transit on my own, that was the best room ever because I had a 4-man room to myself. So I turned all 4 bed spaces into different rooms. I had my own kitchen, I had my own bathroom then. Other than that, this is definitely one of my favourite rooms. Anyway, coding. So, essentially what I'm thinking now is we have like the chosen door here, right? So this is the bit of the code we need to work on, where it basically goes through whatever doors are available to it, and it chooses one randomly from it. It's not bad. At some point, I'm probably going to do a tour. Probably not this week because I've still got bags everywhere. I've only been here a week, so I'm still living out of bags at the minute. I'm slowly unpacking. You know, I don't like to just sit there and just do everything at once. I'll do like an hour, stop, do an hour, stop, do an hour. Basically doing an hour a day at the minute. Tidying up. My room is pretty tidy for now. So, yes, Carl, I'm going to stay at you if you're still watching Bad Shots. A lot of the stuff that I brought home from my last room is probably going to be staying at the house because there is not a lot of room in this place. Literally, I mean, all of my bed space is literally just taken up by my bed. They gave me a double bed. I don't know why. It's nice. But yeah, back to this. So this bit of code basically, as we've now seen, outside of that, that's just setting up the starter room. It starts this variable called chooser. It removes any openings that should already be in its listings mentioned to it by other rooms. Removes any sides from the edges, so they're sealed. This one now states, hey, if you're the final room, if your current room is in the max room, same length, seal all the doors. Then it goes through it and, it basically removes the doors from the choosing list. And this one here randomly chooses whatever's available to be the next door and then opens that door up and then starts telling it through this load of code, hey, it's your turn to activate. Well, actually, the next line of code is tell the rooms around it my doors are sealed on your side, so it locks them. double fun. I guess I kind of I am like double the size of a normal man. Yes, and the next load of code is basically saying, hey, you're on my sides, I've locked my doors. You need to lock it as well so you don't accidentally try to come in my side. Followed by, hey, I've opened this door, you should keep it open as well. And then it activates the next room in the chain. It's on the right. What? Oh yeah, that's just, activate the next room. Activates below, above, blah, 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 blah. And then when somebody walks into the room, reactivates this so that way it doesn't... that's once it's generated, it then puts it into silent mode, then waits for a player to walk in. If my global user the player has entered the room. What? Why do you start? Oh yeah, if it's a starter, then you go straight to level 3. As the player walks into a room, something activates it, it's level 3, it spawns all the blood in the room and then puts itself into 4, which is it done. So what we need to change is do this bit here. Wait, no. No, that's removing the doors. This bit. We don't want it to anymore randomly choose from this array. We need to come up with a random code based on that seed we've got. It needs to come from the S values, the S0, because that's numbers and not letters. I'm thinking something along the lines of maybe take 2 and 3. Entries 2 and 3. Adding them together. See, this is where it's getting annoying. I might add them together, minus off another one, but I also need to take into account things like what current room we're in, what floor we're in, blah, 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 blah. So that way it's not just going around in a circle consistently because it's oh, we're on room 3. Oh, we're still on. Well, if it just did it based off the seed, should I say, then it would just go, oh, the calculation is 4, go down. Calculation is still 4, go down. Calculation is still 4, go down. So if I use the room variable, that will actually change it. So I could actually use the current room, take some stuff off that. And that then chooses what parts of the sea to use. See, this is it now. This is the point where I need to start just like, yeah, random. You are too loud. So I just wish the equipment I was working on wasn't. Well, I don't know why I have it that loud anymore. I'm not working around a Reacher anymore. The server room's actually fairly quiet, and I'm not allowed my phone in the server room. So turn yours down to half. I guess I'll probably need it when I wake up in the morning. Alright, so how's the best way to do this? Now, I can always get it to less than 4 because you just do... Is it mod 4? I think it's mod. No, it's not the one. That's not the thing I'm looking... Was it the thing I was looking for? No, this is what I want. I think it's mod. What was this? Yeah, div mod and thingy. So, div mod and percent, blah, 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 blah. Where div gives you the amount of value can be divided into a product, only the integer quantity. Well, mod gives you any remainder. Yes, so that's the thing I want. Oh, I want that. So if I, whatever, come up with calculation and then mod for it, that will then either return 0, 1, 2, or 3. Surprise, surprise, they're the directions. But no, then I can just have it say the chosen is that it, because then when it goes through this list, that's going to be a problem. Because if it's... Yeah, because if it chooses 3, and there is no 3, it's going to go nuts. So what I could do is I could have it then go mod by whatever the length of the room is, -1. Wait, would it be? No. I do a mod of the chooser, length of the chooser. So if the chooser is only 1 entry, then it only chooses 1. If it's 2, it chooses 2. You know, if it's 3, it can choose up to 3. Wait. Yeah. So then if it's chooser's length 1, it becomes 1. Choose 2. Then that becomes the mod value, which means the value will only then ever come out at either 0 or a number below the div based on what's left. Which means then I can always get something out that I want this. And if I'm basing it off the seed, then it's always going to be a constant. Alright, so let's think. How do I want to calculate room? I'm thinking... I would actually make a new... create groups. Calculations. Script. So I'm going to put some scripts in here. Boom. And we're going to say your choice. That's what we're going to call this one. And I'm going to get rid of all this information here because it's not needed. Right, essentially. So you don't need to pull from internal. What do you? You will need to pull from internals. Right, wrong one. This one. Step. Right, and you're going to run the command door choice. Boom. Right then. The first thing you need to input is the chooser, so I know how long that is. Next up, you need to put in your ID. So I get the room ID. Next, I want you to put in No, because it's getting current room from thingy. Current rooms are global. Thingy is a global. Then they're the only two variables I really need to put in. I need to put the array in for what can be chosen from, and the current room's ID. Then it can output based on that. Right then. Oh, another message. Oop. Just want to see who it's from. See if it's anything important. It's from Morgan. Okay. Wow. I like how he put that. It's Morgan. He's asking me, am I finished streaming? Just come have a look. Simple as just come have a look. Right, I'm going to call these variables... choosing array. Actually, I'm just going to call this A and B. Because the only time this script is ever going to get called is here, is for choosing the door. I'm only pointing it out here so I don't make this code too ridiculously big. It takes 0 arguments. No, it doesn't. It takes exactly 2 arguments. It takes A and B. I'm thinking it's just not updated it here. If I do that, it should update it. There we go. Okay. So, coming into this big ass script, I want to choose a couple of variables from our seed. So I'm thinking variable C is going to equal S0. Oh, yep, S0. I'm going to go 2. Variable D is going to equal S0. Oh, S0s. We'll go with entry 6. And... Ha! Took YouTube a moment to rest, so he actually heard me say that. Yeah, I'm still on. I'm going to be about 8:30, 9ish. Just based on the fact it took us so long to get that bloody code to work. It was being difficult. And I missed a capital there, and I see I've missed a capital before somebody says it. I'm going to use number 9. Yeah, so essentially, Morgan, if you haven't been watching, we came up with the seed generation code. I'm just going to explain this for anybody that's recently joined us. I'm going to be going through this a lot. So when we start a new game now, it gives you some new options. It generates, well, this piece of code if you're typing. Say me and, I'm going to ruin his name. I'm going to call you Meme. So basically, me and Meme, as you can see from the chat, well, you can't see where my mouse is yet. The chat Meme, he's these messages here-ish. We worked on, well, he mostly did most of the coding for this glorious thing that essentially lets us type in letters, finds it in a global letter list, then sets variables based on it. And we spent a good 2 hours trying to figure out why the code, every time we put it in, would not find the letter. Essentially, because whenever we type letters in, GameMaker likes to look for a capital letter rather than a lowercase letter. And all our seeds are based on lowercase letters. So in the end, we ended up having to just write out the entire array as capital letters and just tell it, find the capital letter. But then when you post it into the actual array itself, the output that we want, put it in as a lower letter, please. Because it just makes things easier. And we spent 2 hours trying to figure out why this wouldn't work until eventually something just clicked off. Hey, yeah, we're doing these console logs. It's looking for this particular entry. Why is it looking for this entry? And then I just went, sod it. We're just going to look for that entry from this point forward because it's easier. And then, of course, there is also this nice piece of code, which, once again, Meme also helped us a lot with because mine was big and chunky. You know how I like to do it, where I'll just do massive amounts of code. It was like 230 lines, and he just simplified it down to this. So it can randomly generate seeds. I mean, it doesn't do anything currently. I mean, we're just starting to do it. But, we go this look. So we can actually input the seed. I'm going to make that look fancier eventually. I'm going to make that look fancier later. We can type in our good old, which just fits, Ravensmod, and it will tell us down here what our seed is. So we can share seeds. So hopefully, once this next load of coding that I'm working on now is implemented, do I show you some code? If I put Ravensmod as my code, it will give me the same layout. If I reload the game and then type Ravensmod again, map should generate exactly the same again. If you type it in, it'll generate exactly the same again. Bob up the street types in, same map again. Or you can click random, and I'm actually going to show that again. I should have done it as a wanna. If we go new, random, generates a map. And once again, just gives us a random seed. If you've got any spaces in there, they'll just show us a space. You might have to count out, like, say if you've got 8 letters and there's like a small space, it could be there. If it's a large space, if you've got like 6 letters and there's a large space, it could be that all the spaces are there, some of them at the end. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. Maybe I can have that change it to an underscore. It'll be a lot harder to change it to an underscore. I could probably do it. I'm not going to for now. It works. I don't want to mess with the working code. We all know how things like to break if you do mess with working code. Right, so what I want to do now then is I want to get a new output. I want, which I'm going to call the value equals 0. That is going to be my output. So value is going to equal C times D times E. Right, I need a calculator up for this so I can work out what the maximum values are, because that is going to get stupidly big. Right, so the highest value we can get is 36 times 36 times 36. Woo! 46,656 that could equal. Right, so that equals that. Actually, I'm going to put some brackets on there to make sure it does it properly. So do that. Right. I want value to then equal value. To then equal itself. But I want you to be divided by. What was B? B was your ID, was it? I can't remember which way around they are now. Or was it? Yeah, because that's the chooser. I'm going to put this as a no. Chooser ID. Right, so you'll get reduced by the ID of the room, which is between 1 and 100, I believe. Oh, I best double check that. It is between 1 and 100. There would have been a much simpler way to have done that. Okay. Pause. Instances. The very first room that generates your ID is 1. Good. Easiest way we could have done that was actually to just check our controller, which I'm pretty sure. Yeah. See, it starts it as 1 and then goes up. Cool, because if that had been the 0, that could have broken our game, because we know we can't divide by 0. Right, so that'll be divided by something. Right then value, I want you to minus off global.currentRoom. So that'll decrease the value slightly. So the room's ID and the current room will consistently now change the direction. So we're not consistently going. Nice. And then finally, value now needs to equal the mod. I don't remember how to do this now. Unexpected. What? How have I done this wrong? Oh, right, yeah, sweet. So it becomes value. Ugh, learn to spell. Value mod A. No. No. Array underscore length A. Right. So that should now output a number of either 0, 1, 2, 3, whatever, between 0 and the length of the possible choices it could go to. So this should be the same value every single time. I want to do a test. I don't know if I can actually look at that value. Damn it, I need to go actually into the game first. New game, random. All right, pause. I don't think I can look at that value because it is not a global and it is a temporary. Yeah, because it's not going to output a thing. Okay. Stop the game. But I'm going to assume it works. This is always my downside. The chosen must equal this. Right, no, because that's not going to fully out. We need to return this. Return this. Right, so that should hopefully. Oh, somebody's cooking something nice. Oh, that smells really nice, that. I'm hoping this works. It probably won't because it's designed to only open 2 rooms now. So it might not have ran that code. Let me have a look at this again. Yeah, chosen as 0. Huh. No, because that could come back 0, which means it's not going to. Yeah, no, the rank needs to be above 0, so it becomes 0. I'm going to stop this. I'm going to tap that bit out. So the maximum room code just goes away temporarily so we can see if this is going to keep generating rooms. Obviously, we're going to call it Raymond's mod. Oh, it broke. Why did it break? Unknown. Not set before reading it. Script, door, choice. Oh, I see what's gone wrong. Hey, oh, sorry, back. I had to focus on some code for a bit. How are things? Yeah, they're fairly alright still. We are now starting. Oh, why did you? Oh, because I'm in debug mode. Duh. We are starting to now implement just a little bit of the seed. Essentially. Oh, no. Dot. Hopefully, if I've done this correctly, this should rather than choose a random door, should now. Oh. And we're going to find out. Every one of these should now have a new chooser value. 0. The only problem is these always get massive because 0. Oh. 0. Oh, I don't like the look of this. I may have broken my own code. Nope, chosen is 2. So 0, 0, 0, 2, 2. I want to keep this as a record. So 0. Yeah, would I need to keep it as a record? Because it has no choice. It has to generate it in that specific order based on the calculations. So I should know that this one's always going to be 0 first because whatever. I should speed this up when I'm testing. So what? It was 0, 0, 2, 2. So I have done this correctly. I'm not saying I have. I should really also add a bit in. Yeah, see, now it goes right. Yeah. So I'm planning on working on the selector. The speed of the character is going to be implemented eventually. But I think, based on how I've wrote this now, that should have done it. It should take those 3 variables from the seed. It takes the possible rooms it can exit. It takes the ID of the room. It multiplies those 3 bits together. It divides it by the ID of the room. It minuses off whatever the current room is when it's generating itself. And then it mods it based on the amount of choices. So it'll either give us back choice 0, choice 1, choice whatever, all the way up to the end choice. At which point, that should all be returned back into here. Yep, see, where it becomes the new... Yeah, it runs that code. Oh, right, I don't need that there. It's doing nothing. Returns that value to that to be the chosen. It then looks at the chooser list, takes out the chosen one, which becomes the new choice, and then adds it to the open list and carries on. That should now work. I think. So now, every single time that we play this game, if you put the same seed in, it should give you the same output. God, I can't believe we actually managed to get it to work. I mean, I thank you a lot for this. I mean, you are the reason this is working right now. You've got the seeds to work. And I dearly, dearly thank you for it. But at the same time, I realised this needs to change slightly. Because it doesn't just want that. So I want you to minus off this. Plus on global.current floor. That way, when we start adding multi-floor dungeons, the path isn't the same every time. I mean, you came up with the majority of the credit. I mean, as looking back over this, I mean, you simplified this. I mean, this was a massive 300-line array. That is your code. The only thing I put on this was was changing it to look for the capital letter and then just telling it somewhere here. Yeah, this bit here. Is that bit there? Yeah, this bit here, just telling it to, rather than put in the capital letter, put in the lowercase letter, and I programmed in the backspace. That was it. That's all I programmed into that. I mean, this thing was also yours, the array to string, that was your doing. So essentially, mate, you made the seed generation. I just snippeted in. However, I am now taking your seed generation and I'm going to use it in absolutely everything. So that's the door choices. Door choices now work. Okay. Nope, not dungeon controller. Room controller. This bit can now come back into play. The bit that tells it if you reach the maximum number of rooms, then stop. Now, this bit also needs additional code. Because this room also needs to generate the exit. Only if my previous... All right, it's like I say, it's a joint effort. It's a joint effort. Right, so if you get to that, stop. Now, I need for this to then turn around and I need it to start deleting blood that could potentially be in the center of the room. So, if instance exists if instance, not instance, not find, not nearest, place is the one I want, place. That's x-y, and it is the O_blood. Right, so if you exist at my xy instance destroy. You call this instance whether you wish to destroy an instance, normally triggering. This instance object is the optional default. Default is the calling instance. Right, no, so I need to destroy. I need to destroy the blood at this location. Right. However, that bit needs to be changed, so I'm going to wait before I input that. This is going to be annoying because this is going to be checking. Could I do this as a for command? How do I think? I think this project's going to take a while because I know at this stage, I would like to have got the level generation a bit bigger than what I've currently got. I mean, this was the bit we've got in now, the seed generation and the rooms generating based on the seed. That was my goal today. That is 1.3. This bit here is me now generating new floors. I wasn't planning on starting to put this into 1.4. But if I can get it in 1.3, I'm going to go for it. So my tasking is next I want to get multiple floors. I then want to start adding like bigger dimensions and such as the dungeon goes up more floors. That'll probably, let's say, that would be more 1.4. 1.5 was meant to be... What's 1.5? I've got my notepad here. I've got my notes for this. There we go. So 1.5 was intended to be furniture. 1.6 was meant to bring in the branching dungeons. So rather than it being a continuous line through the dungeon, it was meant to get to a point where it could potentially split. 1.7 was the improvements to NPCs so that they don't all spawn early on, because I don't know if you saw the beginning of the stream where we went through our NPCs. We currently have 5 characters that follow a fairy around. The fairy basically spawns in where I think it has to be a minimum of 5 rooms away, and then it has a 50% chance to spawn. And then every additional room after that, there is a 10% extra chance to go, so 50, 60, 70, 80, till it spawns. Then it resets that counter again, back down to 0. After another 5 rooms, there's a 50% chance it'll spawn another fairy. And this fairy has a random chance to spawn either an archer, a cleric, a paladin, rogue, or wizard. And then there's a decreasing chance. I think it's 100% chance for one, 80% chance it'll spawn a second one, 60 that it'll spawn a third, 40 that it'll spawn a fourth, and then a 20% chance it'll spawn the fifth NPC. The archer runs at you till it gets within 8 blocks. It can start shooting at 10 blocks. It does half damage to your armor, but is a physical attack. The cleric runs back to the fairy, and she does nothing currently. She's just there for reasons for down the line. The paladin walks towards you. It's just as fast as the goblin. Touches you, does, I think I've got it set to 60 damage, half to armor. And then backs up a little bit and walks at you again. The rogue gets within 4 blocks of you and teleports and stabs you. Has a cooldown, and then if you're within 4 blocks of it again, it will stab you again. Yeah, it teleports and stabs you again. And the wizard does fireball that bypasses armor. So the idea is that in 1.7 that we want it to, not spawn certain characters on the floors. Like I'd say early floors, maybe the paladin and maybe the archer. Just because they'll be the easiest ones. Paladin, you can easily dodge it, you can avoid it. The archer, yep, he's deadly, he's going to get you from range. But if you've got armor, you can generally survive it. And then a few floors later, then the wizard could now also maybe get included. The rogue can now start getting included. And at some point during all this, the cleric get involved. Because the cleric will be involved in healing them and other spells. 1.8 I've got down as the combat edition, which is where we start adding the player being able to fight back. Obviously you're not going to be able to kill the goblin them. I might push that one back further. Then I've got additional furniture. So that's me trying to get things in like carpets. And then it's going on to adding new types of like damage to the place. Repairing traps, slime, adding slime instead of blood, dried in blood. So you need to then add new tools and such. So I could see this taking me a very long time to put together. If I can get an edition out, say once a week, once every 2 weeks, so I get a weekend off, 6 months, maybe longer. But even then, I'll continue to support it because I'm enjoying this game. This has been fun to put together. I've enjoyed the community. I've enjoyed talking to people. I've enjoyed thinking about things. I'm supposed to be really adding this bit in. Well, admittedly, that code does work if you're the last room to delete the blood at the center of the room. I'm going to hate this bit. I want this to actually be an array. This has got to be a 4 command. If I do this as a 4 command, this will be easier. So that it can delete certain ones. Yeah, I'd say I've reduced that now. So now the rogue, he does come towards you. At 4.5 blocks, he can teleport. And I believe it's a 5-second cooldown. But even after he's teleported, he will still try and chase you. No, wait, no. No, once he's teleported, he can't move. He has to wait the full 5 seconds, then he can start chasing you. And if he gets within the 4.5 blocks of you, then he'll teleport again and stab you. But I've also put a hard limit on, so he can't leave more than 15 squares of the fairy, I think I've got it set as currently. Just, I'm setting it down as the lore of this game is the fairy is the leader of the party. They're the one that's protecting. So I will probably put it in the combat update. I have put death the fairy, kill party, ? So if you can kill the fairy, the party might die. Or they'll take a massive debuff or something. So the fairy is important. That is why I've now said it. The rogue can't go more than 15 blocks from the fairy. Neither can any other member of the party, because they are there specifically to protect the fairy. And, you don't want your characters running off after one goblin, leaving your fairy exposed, and then sneaky second goblin. Right, so anyway, variables. Variable temp x equal 0. Have I used a temp x before? I think I have. Yeah, I'm going to say temp x1, so that way I know it's new. And then I want to do a for command of Actually, I'm going to swap that around. You're going to be the Y. 4 underscore x1, no, variable underscore x1 equals 0. It is to keep going until, let me think, 4. Until underscore y1, as long as it's less than 4. And each time you run this command, I want you to increase x1 by 1. Now, this might look weird on how I've set this up. There's a reason for this. Right, I'm going to copy you into here for now. Right, so what I want is, in this, so this will run over and over again. It will continually increase x. If underscore x1 is ever greater than or equal to 4, I mean, it's got to the end of the array. Yeah, so 0, 1, 2, 3. I don't want it to go to the 4th. So if it ever gets to 4, I want you to set x1 back to 0. And I want you to increase x1 by 1. So that way it should go 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, hits 4, then goes to 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, goes back to down, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 1, 2, 3, well, hits 4, ends, because, you know, can't go above 4. So that makes sense. So that I can do that as like a looping thing. All right. If blood exists at x, so that's at the spawning point, minus 128. So that should be the top left corner. Plus on. Bit of a calculation here, so put this in brackets. Underscore x1 multiplied by 64. Yeah. And this is exactly the same, but with y. So now when it's equal to 0, it should be the top left, and then it will go over a square, over a square, over a square, down and over a square, over a square, over a square, over a square, down and over a square. And it'll do all 4 points off one command. And then I want you to then instance destroy the blood you find at that position. Right, so check all openings, find opening side. Wait, have I done this in the right spot? If global room is equal to max room. Yeah. So if the room is at max, start a new doors list. Remove the entrances. Know what? Last room. Remove the entrances. Wait, no. Look at entrances. It is. Remove entrances. Wait, look at entrances. Look up. Entrances. Then remove them. We don't want them. Want to be in the way of the exit. Check through middle 4 by 4 for blood and delete it. And delete the blood. Right, so there should never now be any blood in the middle 4 by 4. quick test. Oh, wait, that's only in the last room, should I say. Random seed. Well, we can kind of see that there might not be some blood there. I hope it hasn't deleted it from all of them. Middle of the room. I don't know if that actually did it. Because that looks like the middle of the room to me. Right, we'll soon find out. Right. After this, I want you to spawn a new instance. Instance, and... Actually... Yeah. Instance... Create... Layer. And I want you to create an X... minus 128... Y minus 128. I want you to create on the, is it player? I think I've got it set as. Yeah, the player layer. Create on the player layer, and I want you to create O underscore, I'm hungry. I can hear my stomach. I want you to create that. Right. I'm heading out for now, but I've subbed and followed you on Twitter. Hopefully I'll see you around. Yep, so I stream during the week. Well, I don't stream. I do regular content during the week, just videos. I try to do a live stream. I'm trying to get a live stream once every 2 weeks currently. So, yeah. Say you're always welcome back, and I always announce when I'm going to do them. So until then, bud, take care. Sweet, that spawned. That spawned. That did exactly what I was hoping it would do. Cool. Yeah, and I can see now there is no blood in that center spot. And it didn't spawn it in that room, so that worked. Right, next one. Same position, but I want you to create the V door. These can overlap because it doesn't matter. And I want you to create another one, but I want you to create this time at... No, this one. Plus 64. Would it be plus 65? I'm sure 64. Yeah, 64 would be the next square over. So if I've done that correctly, random seed. So it's not spawned anything there. Good. And it has created. That's little U. That is going to be where the stairs for our exit will be. I just haven't made the stairs yet. They will be coming. So, Cal, your idea of multiple layers will do it. What if the fairy spawns a wall? What is this fairy? Oh. No, the fairy shouldn't spawn in the wall because you can't see it, but I need to go into the game to be able to show you this. Random. Though you can't see it, here where I'm spawning, that particular pixel right there, there's actually the invisible object that we're working, that room controller, this thing, room controller. It's the thing that spawns the fairy. So, the only thing we need to watch out for is the fairy spawning where the stairs are. Ugh, that's going to be a nightmare. But, admittedly, we are going to be working on that. So I will probably set it so, say, just as how it selected the blood and deleted all the blood to start with in that grid, and then chose, yeah, so it basically did that sweep of the X. Why is that like that? That shouldn't be like that. There's blood still there. And I know there's blood still there. Just based on how that was shaped. Damn it. But it's definitely clearing it out there. So why did it put blood there? Rerun that. Let's just make sure that's not a glitch. Random seed again. They'll probably give me the same seed I just had. Oh no, it won't because it's randomized there. Yeah, it's done it again there. It's not copying there. So that is seeing blood. And it spawned blood in the middle. So that didn't delete any blood in that square. Damn it. Yeah, so that's what it'll be. It'll be when the stairs get spawned. I'll spawn the stairs very last, as though they should spawn on, let's say, that pixel there. And I'll just straight up tell it, if there's blood there, if there's a fairy there, delete the fairy. Why is it doing that? It shouldn't be. It should be going through this grid array and destroying all the friggin' blood in that area. Oh, I know why it'll be... Right. I know why it's doing this. Because blood doesn't spawn until down here. Yep, there's where the blood spawns. Dang. Okay, here's what we can do then. So, what we can do is we can take this little bit of code, delete it. So it's been told to spawn walls in this area. Walls and doors. What I can do instead, in these, I can put an extra step. This might actually start lagging it out a little. Oh, that might actually lag it out, because then every frigging door will be trying to run this command. No. All right, we'll go back to what I was originally thinking. I just saw the walls, but there was going to be a stairs, so my question was... No, it's great. It's an honest question. So I gave you an answer. Let's say I will set it so that the stairs spawn last. I will probably put it as part of this outgoing command. So that way it know. Idea. See, your question has actually sparked things. Last equals 0. Right, where was that command that we were looking at there? This part here. So I want this part here, not just... Because that now just controls the doors. Which should be fine, I think. Yeah, that should be pushed out one. So that now controls the doors. Spawn array length, open the blah, 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 blah. Choose that, do that. Right, so what I want you to do then is I want you to then choose and set your last, lowercase, to now equal 1. So that tells it, that room, it is the last room in the sequence. Part of this. If your activation becomes this, do this. If last equals 1, meaning you are the last door in the sequence, the last room in the sequence, should I say, now you can run this code. So variable, set to that. I need to drop all this down a line so it all lines up properly. Cool. So if last is equal to 1, it now deletes all the blood in that sequence, in that area, and it spawns those walls. So now I can have it set there that if a fairy spawns in that one particular pixel, which I will put in now, Facebook with white eyes. It doesn't come up properly in the freaking side chat. Yeah, because you're using the Twitch ones, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not set up for all the emojis properly yet. Right, so back onto this. But welcome to the stream, Daff. No, it's not 24 hours. Did it not update the name of the chat again? It should not have. It should not be set to 24 hours. I'm sure I've updated this. If it hasn't, I'll be annoyed. And Twitch, it should be. It should be set to 1.3. But yeah, I'm not doing the 1.3 again. What's your character's called? Right, first time, blah, blah, blah. She's the mightiest wizard. We'll consider it. Maybe. Oh. To my list of things I'm wanting to add. You've just made this game a lot worse for everyone that's going to download this in the future. Boss battles. And I'm going to change that. That is coming over here. Change back. Bonuses on completion. So you will now get paid. So that is what we're thinking now, Cal, because I mentioned getting paid at the end of the level. You get paid for mopping up blood, but then you'll get a completion bonus at the end based on how much blood you mopped up. So if you mop up more blood, you will get more bonuses. So you can then earn coins during the game, which you can spend on the in-game shops, get the bonuses at the end, which then you can't really get till you get to the end. So get 100% completion bonus, you essentially going to get a lot bigger bonus. You know, based on a few variables. There may even be bonuses for killing the NPCs. But we've already included with them. We'll make a lord named... You're not having two. You're having the wizard. Da. Boss. Wizard. I'm going to call it Wizbiz. And what did you suggest the name should be? Daft the Magical. What is in the game shop? So far in the game shop, we've got... what have we got? We got increase the amount of water you can carry for your bucket. Increase how quick your mop moves. Increase your speed. That's going to change slightly because I'm changing it from a grid-based thing eventually. How much money you earn per blood cleanup? Well, it's every 2 blood cleanup, I think, currently. And buy armor and buy health. Hearts. I just don't know why it's not coming properly on this chat here. Well, the on-screen chat, because when I go to my YouTube thing, I can actually see it in the YouTube chat. Oh, my YouTube chat stopped working again. Thanks, YouTube chat. Thanks for making me a liar. But generally, I'm using the YouTube side of things now anyway, because I'm getting a lot less people using the Twitch side. But I am seeing it a lot better now. So, where was I? Done room controllers. I was looking at this. Steps. So, new piece of code. Last room. Delete all the blood from the middle. Spawn the walls. And I was going to add another one of these. Another one of these commands. Specifically here. I'm going to put some notes on here. Spawn walls around stairs. And this one is going to... Oh, I'm going to take a line out of that. If it's the last room to spawn. This might have a bit of a problem down the line when we come... Oh, it shouldn't do, because multi-doors has already been taken into account. YouTube, it looks fine. Yeah, so yeah, the YouTube chat on YouTube, it looks fine, but it's on the live stream chat for when we're reviewing later on. It's weird. And this one is destroy fairies on stairs. Right, so you should be at coordinates X. Don't need this bit. Coordinate Y. Look for a fairy. And if there is a fairy there, I want you to delete the fairy. So that answers your question, Badshot, about the fairy being on the stairs. So it was noted. It has now been rectified. Fairies cannot spawn on the stairs when I add the stairs. Stairs are not in yet. Well, we've gone over the 6 hours, so this is now bonus time based on the fact it took us so long to get the random seed code to work, because, boy, I would be in daft for that one. I mean, admittedly, Meme was helping me quite a lot, but the fact of GML was always trying to find a capital letter when we were tending to look for a lowercase letter. But we fixed it. That's all that matters. Right, you are 128 by 128. There we go. Right, you are going to be my stairs. And I want them to kind of look like a set of stairs going upwards. This is going to make it look weird because stairs from a front angle always look weird. So I'm just going to, I don't even know why I did that. Just get rid of that. Fill with the light grey. Right. Don't need that. And then I want to put like a dark grey. Going across. Ooh, that background is now a lot lighter than I was expecting. Wait, how big is this thing? Height, no, width is 129. You should be 128. And I want the height of each stair, 128 divided by, say, 8 stairs. What's 128 divided by 8? 64 divided by 4, 32 divided by 2, 16. Well, then again, it doesn't have to be. $128. If I say 8 stairs, that's 16. The top of the stair doesn't need to be a 16. I can make the top of the stair 12 and then give it a distance of 4 each time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I'm going to duplicate. I'm going to stick it on top. 1, 2, 3, 4. Duplicate. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this should be the last lot. It should be 8 stairs. Duplicate. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah. Something went wrong there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Something is not lined up properly. What is not lined up? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like the next one. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, you're lined up. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Huh? The bottom one was definitely 4 up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. How does that work out? 16 times 8. 128. The hell's going on? Canvas. Why are you 129? No wonder it's off. There we go. Right, top of my stairs. Right, how can I make this look more like a set of stairs? Wait. Why would the front side be lighter? Front side won't be lighter. Front side would be darker. There. Right, that just looks more like a shutter than it does a set of stairs. Right, once again, how do I make this look like a set of stairs? From the front view. I'm thinking if well, for one, I would like to add a carpet. Wait, would there be a carpet going into a dungeon? Why would there be a carpet going into a dungeon? That's a stupid idea. How can I make this look like a set of stairs over just this random set of grids based on the view? Let's look at some inspiration. Top, down, view, stairs. Here we go. Let me have a look at this picture. Okay, yep, that works. I'm going to use that idea. It probably won't fully work, but I'm going to use it anyway. So take that off the background. And then I'm going to merge these layers so they're all in one. I need to bring my chat back up so I can see what's going on. Alright, so bring that up so I can see things. If the dungeon's been there, then you could have a carpet lead again. I guess. Magic carpet. But it is still a dungeon. See, here's what I'm thinking. If we go... And it was just stolen from looking at somebody else's idea of this, because somebody did actually ask a question online how they could do this. Oh, that did not select all the pixels I wanted. Can you please just select these pixels? Thank you. And one square too low. You know what? Sorry, I'll just do it this way. Do it that way, and then I can select upwards to delete the last pixel. Which isn't the last pixel. I've made a mistake. I have made a mistake there. Pencil. Go for a 2x2 pencil because it's easier to draw with. Boom. Wait. I've deleted 2 pixels on each side rather than 1. Damn it. Right, so it's just undo. Okay. So what I want to do is I just want to select this 1 pixel right on the end and delete it. And I want to do the same here. I'm going down a step, so we're going to do it again and again. And that's all I want to do. I just want to have. And I've just thought of an easy way to do this. Well, a quicker way, shall we say. If I do that, then do this again on this side. We're going to keep working our way down this side of the stairs. It might look a bit strange based on what we can see. If I do that and just delete this end of the stairs, copy, paste, edit, flip. Stick it in the end. There we go. Nope. Print size. That kind of looks like a set of stairs. I could visualize that as stairs. Save as. PNGs. Why are you in my thumbnail box? I don't want to be in thumbnails. I want to be in dungeon. And I'm going to just call you stairs. Cool. Right, so. Sprites. Create new sprite. Sprite underscore learn to spell. Import. And I want to put my stairs in. Also, I want to slightly change something that just occurred to me in the goblin. Because his... See, this is the problem I've got with the speed. Is the speed is also changing. Yeah. It's changing its mop interval. which is annoying because it means now he mops really slow. And that should more be based on. I'll change that later. I'll change that on patches and fixes. Alright then, back to dungeon stuff. Create new object. Object underscore stairs. Your sprite shall be the new. Why are you outside the stairs folder? What? Oh, because I haven't. Right. Stairs. You should be in dungeon bits. There we go. So, stairs. Then, dungeon controller. No, not dungeon controller. Room controller, should I say. In your step event, right at the end. Once you've spawned this, I want you to create one more instance. And I want you to create at plus 64. Wait, no. No. Minus 64, minus 64. So it's back a square and up a square. And I want you to create stairs, which have no coding currently. Right, so new game, random seed. Boom. Stairs look weird. But they're in. Cool. I have an idea to fix that. Make him look less weird. If I edit this image slightly, I want to get black. And I want to use a fill tool. I don't know what it looks like on this. Oh, there it is. If I do that, it should look less weird. I think it was just because it's matching the other greys, so it was making it hard to tell what was stair and wasn't stair. There we go. It looks like a set of stairs now. To be honest, it actually looks like a set of stairs that are going down than it looks like a set of stairs going up. But it looks like a set of stairs. It really does. It looks like it's going down. Maybe it went down out the dungeon, then up. It'll do for now. It'll do. I'll fix my artwork in a later update. I've got it wrote down somewhere to fix artwork. Right, so the stairs, they work. Right then. So. Right then, what I need now is I need to create it. Oh, no. I've done that wrong. I don't want to do that. I want to create off the... No, it is off the set. No, it isn't. No, I'll do it off child of this. I'm going to create child room. This room should be based exactly the same as that room. All the same things. Don't need to be that big. Just make you 100 by 100. You'll do for now. And viewport, we'll set to 100 by 100 again. It doesn't really matter because it's not going to be there for very long. It's just to give me a blanking room. Zoom in on it. There we go. Okay. Okay, so dungeon reload room. So, what needs to happen is every time that we leave the dungeon, we complete a level of the dungeon, shall I say? Pause menu, buttons. I essentially want this command here to run, the quit command, to a degree. Stairs. Where are stairs? Stairs. Here we go. Step. Right, this is going to be very dangerous if I don't work this out. Well, it's not dangerous until I run the game, but essentially this is actually going to break the game at this stage. There is a way to actually lower this quicker than this by untabbing, but I don't know how to do it. I know, like, if I select an entire piece of code and press tab, it makes it go out a layer, but I don't know what it is to get it to go back the other way. Oh, shit. That's all of it. Right, so. Is that what I wanted to do? Is that what I'm after? I don't think it is. I don't think that is. I think I've done that wrong. Because I don't want it to reset any of these. I don't want any of this to be changed. I don't want that to be changed. I don't want that to be changed. I don't want that to be changed. Definitely don't want the seed to be changed, so I'm slowly deleting this. Yeah, essentially I don't want any of this to happen. What I want is I want you to go to the room of... How do I get it to do this? How do I set this up? It's a button. All you do is create that button. Seed maker button. Which is in setup. Right, so you basically input the key. Once you've got the key set up, you just go straight to the dungeon room. Huh. Okay. When I quit... This is starting to boggle my brain again. When I quit... Alright, because there was... Back. What does that? Selected room, party room. Selected room, party room. I not got any of the code in. I don't think I've got any of the code for the random selection in this. That doesn't need to be in. Yeah, see, I haven't got this bit. What's full? What does full do? It does something because there's a command for it. Oh, that's full screen. I don't need that. The only part I need is this. Stairs. Right, so what I want is I want you to go to the dungeon reload, set the room back to 0, set max room to 2. No, that needs to change. And then current floor needs to be plus equals... No, it needs to be just plus plus because you're going up a floor. Right, and I want max room. Right, so I want max room to therefore, from this point forward, to equal 3 multiply by global.current room. Now, I've also realized this is also going to cause another problem. Because if it was trying to generate, say, I don't know, 20 rooms, and it spirals on itself and blocks itself, it's not going to have a way to generate the stairs. I can fix that. I know how to fix that. That's actually not too bad to fix. So that did that. Then I want you to go room underscore go to room underscore dungeon. So you leave the room. Oh, I need to put the bracket on. So leave the room, go to this reload room so the room's despawned. Reset the rooms, increase the floor count, increase the maximum amount of rooms, and then enter the dungeon again. So if this has worked, we should now hopefully have the ability to change floors. Oh, what happened there? What happened? Oh, it's spot right. This was the thing I was on about where if, I'm not careful, then this is going to break. Yeah, I just broke it. So as soon as the stair spawned, it committed this command. Right, if O underscore player dot X is greater or equal to your X and O underscore players dot X is less than or equal to your X plus 128, meaning you're lined up with them. Have to be lined up and need the exact same piece of code again, but with Y this time. Y. So essentially, if the player enters the stairs, then run that piece of code. Don't just run it because, hey, the stairs have spawned. Duh. Random seed. Just because I can't be bothered to keep typing Ravens mod. There we go. Stairs have spawned. That is still spawning blood in the stairwell. There we go. I don't like how that flickers across the screen every time it does that. We need to fix that. Now this should have 6 rooms. 1. Oh, remember, this is a random generation, so it's not going to follow the same thing. You'll only follow the same path if we use the same seed. Now, I will admit, by the time this goes out, there will still be some randomization in this game. The seed isn't 100% yet. So, there we go. NPCs are spawning. Say the NPC spawning will be different every time. The fairy spawning will be different every time. The blood splatters will currently be spawned different every time. I still got to implement them. That might come in 3.1, 3.2, 3.3 as I push things out, because we're getting to the end of the stream, and whatever is done at the end of the stream will be going live. This is a lot bigger than what I was expecting. This should have ended by now. Why is this still ongoing? Alright, so something's broken. What's broken? Why is it broken? Alright, so when you ended that, you should have gone to reload. Rooms becomes 0. Current floor becomes an extra 1. Max room is equals 3 times the current floor. And should have returned to the dungeon. Right. Random seed. Pause. Variables. Ones I want to track as those room things. Current floor, current rooms, max rooms 2. So that worked. Don't need to press play. So this one seems to work perfectly fine. It generates the first level with 2 rooms. Just a tiny little dungeon. Nothing spawning in it apart from blood. Yep, that's done that again. There is definitely still blood spawning under this brickwork. And that flickers. That comes into the new dungeon. Pause. Right, let's look at these rooms again. Current room, 47. Current floor, 2. Max rooms equals 0. What? Max rooms equals 0. That doesn't make sense. It's not even in that, it's in the stairs. Max rooms equals... Oh, is this wrong? Yes, it's correct. Oh! Current floor. That should have fixed it now. That should have fixed it. Right, next up, I'll be probably trying to implement into the 0.1 update. Well, the 1.3.1 update. I'm going to try and get the blood to spawn based on the seed. That'll probably just be like another thing again, where it'll just, each square will then choose a random variable from our seed. Well, it'll choose a particular point in the seed, should I say. It'll do some kind of jiggery maths with it, and then, oh, what the hell? The cleric just did one. So there's something wrong with my cleric. Oh, cleric's running back. And the cleric's doing one again. I don't think they understand. Oh, we died. So the cleric's got something wrong in their code to do with stopping, I think. I noticed this with when I first started programming the rogues. But I forgot to put in the, hey, when you get to within so many pixels of the point you're trying to get to, stop. And they just, which is why, bad shots, they kept running through the walls. I might actually have it despawn the top bar and then respawn it once we come back in. And it will stop it flickering onto the screen. So that's room 2. That's room 3. There should only be 6 rooms. If there's 6 rooms, it's worked. I've just got to hope that if an NPC spawn, I get through it. Room 4. Room 5. So the next room should be the last room if my code has worked. And if it does, happy days. So I also need to implement the smoother moving. It has, there we go, room 6. There should be no other exit from this room. No, that's sealed. That's sealed. That's sealed. Everything's sealed. Good. And now we've got another floor. Cool. Cool. So now we've got progressively longer dungeons. I do need to put in a failsafe command, though, in the step event, because there is a possibility when it's generating this room on this stage here, all the doors, like I say, could have backed itself in. So if there is a possibility for it to choose, it does so. Okay? If there's a possibility, it does so. Where have I got it where it chooses the last room? Yeah, see, if the current room equals that one, then that equals 1. Cool. Oh, wait. I don't need to put that there. Because that will have sealed this off. So chooser in this situation will be 0. So, else. So, if there is no other possibilities, if there is no doors for you to choose from, if you cannot generate an exit to the room, it's the last room in this series. That way, now if we ever get like I said, any chance where it coils itself around in like a little loop or it gets stuck in a corner somewhere, it can end the dungeon. So we can progressively go on. So technically, this is an endless dungeon now. There is no end to it. I've got some other ideas later on for some like little like jump back and forths in the dungeon, but technically this dungeon should never end. You can keep going up floors, but I'm going to implement it as different dungeons. As I said, there will be end screens between each one. So that's that fixed. We can now exit dungeons. We can go to new dungeons. The blood thing. Blood was still spawning where it wasn't supposed to spawn. So it's going through that array and it's trying to delete any blood on these points. But it's not deleting those bits of blood on those points. Why? So from the point, it should go to 128 minus 128. It should look for blood in that spot. And if so, delete the blood in that spot. It should then... So that should go to 0, 1, 2, 3. Once that gets to 3, it actually does search position 4 for blood. Because it doesn't understand this. So if 3, reset the plus, and it'll keep doing that until that. So that should search all those fairies. So that now allows for another layer of blood spawn. Right, so why is it spawning in that middle area? I don't want to have to search the entire bloody grid and check every bloody pixel. Especially since blood is spawning before it. Is 512 divisible by 64? I'm pretty sure it is. First one set 512 divided by 64. Yeah, it's 8. So it is spawning on the grid. Damn it. I really don't want to do this. This is going to be a nightmare because this is going to be a lot of checks. 128 times 128 checks. $16,000 checks is going to have to do here. Right, so if x is ever equal to or greater than 128, x needs to start at... Wait, no. So it's already going to minus 128. You know what? Just minus that. Oh shit. Oh shit. I fucked up. Minus y. Y will start at 128. Oh, minus 128, should I say. Plus plus. Keep going until y is... As long as y is less than 128. X gets plus plus. If x is ever equal to more than that, then that becomes minus 128. And you are also minus 128. So it should search the entire grid now and delete every potential pixels worth of blood in there. I hope that fixes this. So there's still blood spawning under my stairs, right? It doesn't look like there's any blood under those stairs. We're going to do this a couple times. Oh. Huh. That broke my game. Why did quitting break the game? What have I not reset? What didn't reset? The room should be deleted every time. Because I've tested that multiple times without spawning doors. So, is it because global, current, and I think it's these are not resetting on quitting. The quit menu is a part of the pause menu, which is under the buttons. So, yeah, see, it's not in that. So what I need setup file. Yeah. I need that. And I need to put that in here. That goes under the... And I put the code in. Right, sweet. So now the rooms should fix themselves. So, magic carpet, that could be a thing we might implement at some point. Right, so let's just check. Blood is not... No, blood is still coagulating under the stairs. Is this struggling to understand what it's supposed to be doing? Okay, easiest way for me to tell. I'm going to have it do this again at the end. But this time we're not looking for stairs. I want this just to look for this object here. And I want you to delete all instances of this object within your search frame. If the two side walls are still there, it is not finding them. It is not finding things. It found one of them. But didn't find the other one. Why? Well, for one, I actually got the end bit of the code wrong. So maybe that's why this isn't working anymore. Wait. I've actually got that scanning backwards. That actually starts in the bottom left and works its way up. These should be pluses. These should be pluses. Because it's starting on a negative number. Right, so let's rectify that up here. And that should be a plus as well. Right, let's see what it's doing now. That should delete both the side walls again. Right, they've both been deleted. I don't see any blood there this time. So I think that might have been it. I think I just missed the end of the change where I scanned every single pixel looking for a bit of blood. Because it might not be detecting it in the correct point. Random. Let's double check now. So stairs should be back to how they were supposed to be. I don't see any splooges. Merging, quit, new game, random. Hopefully that's now fixed that menu as well. It should have done. It should have reset these properly. Yep, I'm not seeing any blood merging. Cool. The easiest way to test that would actually be to spawn blood all the way around it. Yeah, this'll do. If the dungeons are... Yeah, I've read that message already. Right then, next up, let's say I want to look at this blood, which is going to need a new calculator. Right, so what this needs to now do is at every single possible square, it needs to, rather than do this, it needs to look at every square, run a calculator, and if it returns a specific value, then it creates the blood. Cool. So, create new script. Blood choices. Wait, no. Yeah, the blood seed command. Okay, so how's this going to work? Well, first off, it's... So, because I need it to be done randomly again. I'm going to put AB in again, which was ID and chooser. I don't need ID and chooser, so I don't need to have the chooser anymore. But room ID would be useful. So I'm just going to put that note there so I remember what's what. Right, so variable A. Oh, I should also put this in here whilst I'm at it. No, I'm not going to do that yet because it's not something that's going to be running yet. Not until we put it out. Right, so variable A is going to equal... Which ones did I use in this one? So I want to use one the same. I think we'll use 6. We'll use 0 and 3. I should probably note these down. I don't have a pen to hand. My nearest pen is actually in my jacket. Right, we'll note them down in a bit. So I want 6, which I think I'm going to make C. We said this was going to be 0 var B equals 1 and var C equals 6. Okay, so what random calculation can we do for this? I'm thinking... Oh, and then var value equals 0. So, value gets equal to A plus B. And I want to multiply that by C. So that could be 36 plus 36, just so I can work out what the maximum possibility it is. There's going to be certain values which are going to be really hard to get. 36 times 36 plus on, wait, no, it's not 36 plus 36, it's 36 plus 36. 36 plus 36, so plus 36, times that by 36, that's 2092. Then I want you to plus on the room ID afterwards. Plus, not B, C, D. B, C, times it by C, plus on D minus A. Cool. Right then. What is this function supposed to accomplish? Right, so essentially, it's going to take random variables that we've generated at the beginning of the game and then output a probability that, well, not a probability. How can I best put this? So this is going to generate a random number. If this number is equal to 0 at the end, because I'm going to put a mod in so that it has to be between 0 and 9. If it equals 0, then that square is allowed to spawn blood, within the room. However, this also is going to struggle because it needs to... Yeah, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. Because if it's set to just spawn on a 0, if this equals 0, every square within that floor is going to be blood. Okay, so that's not going to work. That's not going to work in the slightest. It needs to be something slightly more varied. Something that can add a variable based on where the blood is spawning. But it can't be a pattern. Because if I just say to it, hey, do a counter for each time it spawns a blood, and if the counter equals whatever this equals, then spawn a blood, then it's going to spawn blood like patterned, so it could be like every 9th block or something. Damn it. How can I make this randomly choose a pattern of blood? So I'm going to need more inputs than this. Okay, what else is it putting into this calculation? What else is available to it when it's spawning blood? Okay, we've got this X, we've got this BX and BY thing. That's its location on the floor. I could put those in. Yeah, so essentially currently what we have is blood will randomly, it makes like a 16 by 16 grid, and each square has a 20% chance to spawn. For this update, we've been adding our own seed generation, where either the player can input their own seed or it will randomly generate a seed. And as we know from procedurally generate stuff, if you have a game with seed generation, if I put in my seed, for me it's Raven's mod, if I give it to a friend, such as yourself, you type in Raven's mod, the dungeon should spawn identical. So there is a limited amount of dungeons that can spawn. So let's see 36 times 36. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So currently there is... I'm not even sure what that number is. 3.6 times 10 to the power of 15. Big number of dungeons that could potentially spawn from this. So I need to have it so that those dungeons will spawn the blood in the same locations every time. The question is how? How do I have it choose where to spawn the blood? The same dungeon in the same places every time that seed is chosen. But then if you choose a different seed, re-randomizes it. That's why I was trying to base it off these. See, the room ID helps. Room ID helps because that gives it random choice. Well, because the room then essentially chooses what the blood's going to be doing in that room. But it also needs to be slightly varied on that as well, because I don't want it so that every time you get to room 46, the blood's pattern's the same. So we need more than the room ID. We could put in the global floor. Or the global current room. Wait, no. But when does it choose the... No, current room's choosing when it does the initial spawn. So we can't have the current room do it. Seed is pseudo-random number generator. You always get the same number output. That way you can just add a room ID to the seed. Yeah, it's not quite how it works. The room ID is just essentially a code, well, a number assigned to the room, so that other bits of code can locate what rooms are around it. So, like room 50, when it's looking at its coding, it knows, hey, room 40 is above me. Room, well, I can't use 50. Say 55. It knows room 45 is above it. Room 65 is below it, and room 64 and 66. Well, 55 and 54 and 56 either side of it. Say we've actually wrote our own seed spawning code. Is it this one? Yeah, our own seed spawn. So we can actually type in a word or number code, and it will convert it to the other. And what's the other one? Random seed. Or this is one where it spawns it randomly itself and then gives us the output. It took us a while, 3 hours of writing just to get these few lines of code because nothing wanted to work. And so that's what I'm trying to work out now is how can I use those seed numbers, a combination of the seed numbers we have, which is, well, it's just an array of 10 slots. How can I combine those with other variables that are currently available to me to make this work? And my multi-stream stopped working again. Yeah, so you have to, I'm sorry about the delay on this. Like I said, my multi-stream thing has stopped working, so I can only see the chat as it comes up on YouTube now because everything's broken on my end. Oh, damn. This is probably the most complicated thing I've ever thought of. Right, so if the room ID is imported, that is the room ID. That's going to be room ID. How can I have it randomly choose where the blood is? So the current one is just going to spawn it for the entire room. So you either get blood or you get no blood. How can I have it randomly choose, but it not be random? I need an algorithm that does a fake random for me. Which I'm guessing is what you meant by the pseudo-random. But it's not pseudo-random. I'm thinking here, right? I could put the grid array chooses an X and a Y for where it's going to spawn the blood across the 16 by 16, right? So I could have it put the X and a Y into this. Then have it output that. No, that's not going to work. I was thinking, yeah, because then I could add the X on and then, hey, if the number outcome, if the end value is equal to Y, then spawn a blood. But it means then you're going to get one blood per line. That's not going to work either. Damn it. This is actually annoying me because I can't use the iRandom. Well, I'm actually getting to the end of the stream. I've done an hour more than I originally planned to do, so I'm going to call it here. Admittedly, this blood spawn thing isn't in the code yet. It's side coded, so the blood will spawn randomly. NPCs will still spawn right, but the seed generation now does work for the rooms. So the rooms will spawn based on seed command. So we can now share. So I would say the objective for 1.3 has been achieved because I only put room spawn. I did not take into account the blood. I did not take into account the fairies. And I did not take into account anything else within the rooms. So I'm going to say this is 1.3 complete. 1.3.0 completed. I'm going to end the stream here. I'm going to upload this. So if you so wish, once again, I'll put it on to the chat. So you can all click it. You can all see it. Where the hell is it? This. Here we go. Control C. Oh, no. Control A. Control C. So here we go again. I don't know if that's going to go through because my chat is being weird. Yep, there it goes. It should come up on the screen any second now. Any second now. No, it's taking its time because, I'm like a 30-second delay. So, yeah, here is the link to the website. Give it like 10, 20 minutes so I can get it uploaded. Well, compressed. So I can get it compiled into an executable and get it uploaded. But the game will be fully released to all of you. It's always free. There is a link on there for you to give a donation. It will immediately, when you get to the page, say donate. Just go without a donation. You can click without the donation button. What was this? If this was Unity, I'd tell you to use. Again, because it's. If this was Unity, I'd tell you just to use random seed, and you'd be done in 2 minutes. No idea what Game Maker is. It's just like a 2D Game Maker. I can use random seed. There is options in Game Maker to put random seed, but the problem is it made it impossible for us to input our own seed. And then when the Game Maker itself was actually generating, each of its spawn things, like its door, was random, choose a number between 1 and whatever. So the seed variable on it didn't actually work. So I could manually set what the seed for that spawn was, but when it came to it generating, it wasn't using the seed to choose the random. So the randomness became a nightmare. But so I'm dealing with it. It's getting there. I will figure this out. But like I say, this is where I'm going to end the stream for now. I will fix the blood spawning for the 0.1 version. I'll work on that in my own time offline. This will be fully available. You can skip the donate button. You don't have to donate a can of monster to me. You can get this game for free. You can play around with it. I do ask that if you play, leave some comments on the itch.io page and tell me what I've done wrong, what I've missed, any bugs, any ideas you've got to try and fix my game. But until then, guys, I will see you all in about 2 weeks' time when I start working on the 1.4 version, which I've lost my page. I'm not going from my notepad to figure it out. I believe the 1.4 version, I can't remember what it is. It's some kind of more generation where we're going to expand on the game some more. But until then, guys, I will see you all next time. Goodbye!